Good day everybody, and welcome to the stream. Welcome to the momentarily 2000 signs per minute megabase, though not really. We have just changed from a 60 second per sign spec technology to a 30 seconds per sign spec technology. Hence, with all the labs full, they suddenly resurge at twice the speed, but as you can see, we are now going to diminish back to 1000 signs per minute as more and more of the labs become inactive, as basically signs will get consumed twice as fast in each and every individual lab from this point on. Or at least for this technology, it's only one technology. But yes, we are definitely upgrading our laser taser toys, and we are going to try out the effects of those things today. We did some early combat against like medium worms and smaller nests nearby the pollution cloud, when we still had only one laser damage upgrade and 2 shooting speed upgrades. Meanwhile, we just completed the 4th shooting speed upgrade, and looks like in an hour or 2 or 3, probably about 3 hours, we'll have the laser damage 2 upgrade as well. And I think that's where we're gonna hold research for laser turret damage for a while. Perhaps focusing on maybe getting our behinds off of this planet and start unlocking the royal bag of goodies on other planets like EM plants on Volgora, or recyclers. They would also be very welcome. Or maybe even foundries and big mining drills with their inherent 50% resource drain. Those would also be pretty good. We no longer need those for the iron, not really, because as you see there is tiny capsules coming down from space. If I can just, start move. Last stream we set this thing up. We set up this thing. It brings down some space signs which we are not using yet. But as you can see, it mostly brings down iron. We've got all these arms wildly swinging to output the iron on the belts. I think we're running out of iron. We first started sending down iron. We had over 100k iron in here, and then we needed to rush to connect the belts to the different locations to actually mix it in with where the ore belts are coming from with priority, because this of course is free iron from space, a free infinite iron mine, raining down asteroids on our head for the remainder of the game. So we want to be spending that first, and in fact I think we're gonna start off with building another one of those platforms. This time not multi-purpose, not for science. We only need 1k science per minute anyway, which we can get from that one platform. It just also gives us like 2500 iron per minute when we're not doing space science. And I think when we are doing 1k SPM space science, it's still about 2200 iron. So if I basically build another platform up there, I'm gonna get close to 5000 iron a minute, which is a lot. It is like 5 to 6 yellow bells of iron. My base is currently eating up about 20 bells, so it's a significant portion. And that will lead us to not having to replace these mining drills so often anymore. As you can see, this mining drill is completely idle. It used to chip in for gears and pipes for engines, because our main mine for gears and pipes for engines over here was running out. But you can see these belts, the backup mine is hardly moving now, so we can be sure we can keep up the production without needing to hook up yet another iron mine. So the focus is gonna shift a bit to probably mainly copper, as the playthrough will progress, because copper from space is non-existent, at least not until we can get our hands on asteroid reprocessing. But that is actually it's also, I thought that was a Glibben technology. Ah, no, yeah, it's asteroid, advanced asteroid processing. That is Glibben stuff. 2 million Glibben signs to unlock copper from space, so probably not gonna happen. It actually also yields only half the iron compared to currently, even less so, because the asteroid byproduct 20% chance is gone. So yeah, that is a choice, but it's not a choice we're going to have to think about soon with 2 million Glibben science packs as well as purple science packs. of which we have currently produced none. Yeah, that's not really gonna happen anytime soon. So probably for novice, copper is gonna be the name of the game until we get access to other planets at least. It's good. We will have to replace only half the mining drills, mining patches we have been doing so far. It has taken me quite a while. It's taken a long time to set up all the patches, especially because everything has to travel so far and specific due to like avoiding breaking the anti-biter expansion system, which is still a thing. We've done two things. One thing is basically making sure we keep as many green chunks in the base as possible, which are at least 8 chunks away from a biter base with active biters. So it does this all the time. It selects a chunk for expansion, but the biters feel it's too far away to walk over, so they don't. That is basically how we have switched off biter expansion. And to aid that, because we're gonna lose more and more chunks in the base that are green, and we need a lot of green chunks for the system to work, we've been putting bunches of chunks on the water as well, which is completely inaccessible for the biters. Yeah. So yeah, this iron is rapidly running out. 6k left. I think at the start of the stream there was still over 20k in here. So we're gonna want to have that second platform up as soon as possible. Will it reach 2000? Yes, it did reach 2000 for just a little bit. Like very momentarily, the first moments. I bet it's visible in this science graph more clearly. Right here, 2k SPM for just a little bit. Now we're falling off slowly towards 1k SPM again. So it will take a while to actually fall down all the way to 1000. But we're already back to 1040, so yeah. 3 hours to laser damage. I think I'm not gonna, contrary to my earlier streams, I'm not just gonna reload the end of stream save. I think we're now officially past the point where we are struggling to keep up with the brutal technology pace of this playthrough, and the era of waiting for new technologies to complete is kinda starting to dawn on us. As first we want to complete this technology, and then probably just to get off of the planet we have 500k of thrusters, plus whatever planet we choose, it's gonna be another million. That is just as long as rocket silo. That was 17 hours. In fact, these two together are 25 hours of research at 1k SPM. But we might also want some other toys, like the logistics system, a cool 500,000. Maybe we want to unlock like the better modules. We've got the better quality module, another 500,000. We also got the better speed and productivity modules. Those are only like 200k. So that is maybe in the cards as well. Perhaps though we'll first try focusing on unlocking a different planet before trying to upgrade our modules. It might be way easier to set up better module production, especially if you go in Fulgora first with the quality scrap blue chip EM plant thing. I'm talking like I know what to do with that, but Gleba. I thought about it a bit. It is nice that you have infinite resources on Gleba, but Gleba is also the only other planet with enemies, and that just makes it unsuitable for me to. I think we have to get artillery before we go to Gleba, since we cannot destroy any biter bases before artillery. I'm not going to destroy any biter bases on Novice, except the ceremonial one on Biter Island over here. That is gonna be the kill which triggers the achievement we are after. Should pin it again. Keeping your hands clean. The first enemy structure must be destroyed using artillery. So we haven't destroyed a single base yet, but on Gleba I just don't see us succeeding with the Gleben biter expansion going on, and basically the spore clouds, which will probably grow pretty massive to produce like 1,500 agricultural science packs a minute, and we will we won't be able to stop the Gleban enemies from attacking us. So either we have to break the no base defense rule, or we just do the keeping your hands clean achievement first, and then we can just bring artillery to Gleba and pretend Gleba also doesn't have enemies. And then just we keep the biters around on Norvies. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure if it's going to be Fulgora or Vulcanus. Both are still on the menu. So the thing is, all the useful technologies, if we look on Fulgora, what can you actually research with Fulgoran science? Okay, better personal armor, better personal armor. This is literally a Fulgoran exclusive technology. The mech armor, yeah, that would be very nice, but it's also 5 million science packs, including yellow science, which we don't have at all yet. This is basically more expensive than the entire game so far up until Rocket Silo by a mile. Probably this technology by itself is like 4 or 5 times the price than everything we had to do to even unlock Rocket Silo, and it's been 200 hours, so that's not gonna happen anytime soon. We've got Aquilo, which is later. Again, equipment, productivity, quality module 3, which is actually not such a big upgrade over quality module 2, so that does not really matter too much. Rail support foundations, we can get by without those. Scrap recycling productivity, literally another Fulgora exclusive technology. We do get Tesla turrets, which would be nice, and super high bot speed, which we are not going to unlock anyway. There is nothing here, absolutely nothing, which we need. On the contrary, if we look to Gleba or Vulcanus, let's look Gleba first. Gleba is basically everything is needed to progress really. Carbon fiber, rocket turrets is on the way to Aquilo. You got better the next quality level, which we're not going to research anytime soon, but the advanced asteroid processing, which is also part of, this is all part of the progression arc. 11 technologies. Of the Fulgoran technologies, none are actually on the way to Aquilo. As you see, they all branch off. The only one that goes to Aquilo is actually the Planet Discovery Aquilo, so you don't need anything on Fulgora except the science pack to research Aquilo. And then you need more of the science packs to finish the game basically. All of the technologies beyond Aquilo require all science packs, but there is nothing there for us directly. On Vulcanus, however, Vulcanus first of all has got artillery, which allows us to destroy, basically allows us to settle on Gleba. It also has cliff explosives. It has asteroid reprocessing, which could actually increase my free iron from space. I could convert the carbon and oxide asteroids and make iron out of those as well. So that would be good. Coal liquefaction, which is pretty much a Vulcanus exclusive technology. We've got the turbo belts there. But yeah, things like artillery, cliff explosives, reprocessing, all of the good stuff is hidden on Vulcanus really. So I'm thinking though, maybe we can unlock Fulgora first, go there and then set up sort of a quality upcycling thing specifically for modules. Not doing much else there, just trying to get rare quality Mark III modules of all kinds and beacons. Beacons would be nice to have as well in good quality. Beacons is a purple technology, but elevated railways is as well, which we will need for Fulgora. And then beacons is another cheap one, if they didn't increase the price. They didn't. Okay, that is still cheap as well, relatively speaking. It would be great to have rare quality beacons because not only do they have, basically they overpower the modules that are inside, the distribution efficiency goes up as the quality increases, which basically means at rare quality, if you put one speed module in the beacon, it counts like 1.9 speed modules in the assembler, at least for the first beacon you place. After that we have the whole diminishing return on investments, but good quality beacons basically make the modules, the quality modules will put in them even more powerful, so that is a nice synergy there. Also, this is a very Fulgora specific type of recipe. You get tons of steel, tons of copper, red chips, you can make those from blue chips. So it would be nice to basically set up a small module factory on Fulgora. Grab myself a couple stacks of EM plants and recyclers, and then not worry about the science pack completely. Just ignore the science pack. I did a bit of calculation. I think to make 1k SPM of Fulgoran science, we need something like 24 red belts of scrap or something in that order of magnitude. And that is after considering everything has the rare quality Mark II productivity module inside it already. So that is a lot of resources, whereas something like Vulcanus, I think it's Vulcanus, that is literally just tungsten and free copper. So things like 4 belts of ore and you can make 1k SPM on Vulcanus. So the Vulcanus science pack is pretty easy to set up. We might go Fulgora first, get our EM plants, then go to Vulcanus, use the EM plants on Vulcanus as well to get some extra discounts. And unlock the foundries, the big mining drills, go back to Norvies, upgrade Norvies with all the new shiny toys, the big mining drills for the resource longevity, foundries for cheaper recipes, EM plants for cheaper recipes. I think I need to get my hands on all of that before I even attempt to set up yellow or purple signs on Norvies. If I want to set it up on Norvies, I said I would keep all the Norvesian science packs on Norvies, but past Mike had a big mouth. It might be a lot easier to set up like purple signs on Vulcanus and yellow signs on Fulgora or something like that. In addition to their own science packs. We'll see. Because on Norvies, they both require an incredible amount of resources. Like whatever you see on the screen in my base now, each of those science packs individually will have at least double the resource requirement of everything I'm producing so far to keep up with 1k SPM. I simply don't have the locations to pull all the ore from just yet. I can work on that today though with our laser toys, so yeah, I think how is it going with this thing? Looks like we're out of iron now. Yeah, we're out of iron. So we're gonna get gaps in the belt. The second iron platform definitely could be coming in clutch. Alright, thanks FlinksXL for the 4-month subscription. Early bird stream today for the US. Morning coffee time. Yeah, I have coffee as well. Let me grab a cup. I don't think people usually cheers with coffee, but anyway. Throw conventions in the wind. Thanks Kjörnsson as well. Scrolling back up. Thanks for the 5 months of borrowing Jeff Bezos' money. Yeah, Biolabs would be great, but Biolabs, I think Biolabs also requires yellow signs. Basically, it is the Gleben technologies are very powerful, but we are not at the stage where we really have a normal chance to unlock them yet. It's like trying to jump up the stairs without taking the steps, basically. It will take a very long time. Like I could set up like a small 60 SPM yellow signs or something, but it just takes too long to get to 1 million. I think we gotta do the other planets first, especially for the Gleben enemies. Thanks as well. I heard another chase. Super sheep. Thanks for the 15 months. 15 months already. Have a nice one. I can chat. See you after work. Alright, see you. There is a way to not have to destroy any bases on Gleba. No base defense needed. I know you can landfill the chunks. Requires really a lot of landfill though to keep them from expanding. There might be another way. I think you hinted at that before. Yeah, Fulgora now would have to be like... Probably we would have to develop a small modular factory and then just go island hopping. There is a couple medium-sized islands with decent-ish resources like 500k to 1 million trash. Could mine that up, and then when the island is empty, just pick up the factory and plop it down on the next one. Alright, I still did not really experiment with Gleba just yet. It's gonna be a bit in the future, but I just don't want to go there first. I want to I want to postpone Gleba as long as possible. And that's the reason why I started playing 1000 times Science Cost, so I wouldn't have to go to Gleba for a very long time, so don't take me out of it now. Yeah, it looks like Björn, I think he's known as Zikander on Discord. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I think you have been talking already about the ideal platform size discussion over there. So if you do, please open a separate chat so I don't see it. That's correct? Alright, then you know where to find each other. As for me, I don't want to know just yet. I don't want to think about Gleba yet at all. I just want to keep my those how is it called? The things they put on horses to keep them from getting distracted. The eye things. I just want to keep those on and focus on my own little misery adventure. Blinders, yeah, those. They don't really make them blind though. They just like tunnel vision them into looking straight ahead, right? What happens after you get the artillery achievement? Yeah, then you have the achievement and it's a free-for-all. I'm still gonna keep the Novician bases around though. It's just too funny at this point. We're just gonna keep them for forever. It's also gonna be very handy to get biter hacks, I suppose, from existing bases. Although, I suppose you can later on plant bases wherever you want them. But that's gonna take some time as well. I don't know. I haven't looked at the further game part yet. I think we're gonna get started. Let's get started, because I've been talking and not doing anything as well. Yeah, I think 1k SPM on Vulcanus would be pretty easy. As long as I can get my hands on enough ore production. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe if I'm right about Fulgora requiring 24 red bells of scrap to get enough resources to do 1k SPM, we might actually want to go first to Fulgora and set up a lower SPM there and just start banking it, similar like we did for military science, except way bigger. Here we scale down to 720 SPM, and to compensate we are just banking the signs. We could theoretically just bank up enough signs on Fulgora that we would only produce like 500 SPM and get through the entire game. Bank up enough to get through the entire game at 1k SPM. That would be an option. Yeah, I don't know, I did not change anything on YouTube. I suddenly see all kinds of crowns next to people's names and I have no idea what that means or where that comes from. Right. We want another space platform. Similar to the one we already have, the Grabby McGrab phase 76,682. Reference to the amount of pipes we hand placed in the early game to avoid biter expansion and pipe up nests and all that kind of stuff. So we want to build something similar like this, minus the space science part. Just all the iron will have to go straight home. It's basically an exact copy of this, except we only grab the metallic asteroid, so this part will be gone, and the asteroid collectors will have a filter. So I suppose let's do that. I can do that remotely, like a true Factorio Pro. We'll just simply flick this button for a second. Hey, starter pack. Almost automated. Build new space platform. Iron. I suppose iron overload, just like stream title. I didn't really think about names a lot. So let's send it up. over the Johnnies. They don't mind, only if I'm inside they'll actually shoot me while I fly up to space. Have you crafted crushers and cargo bays for that? I think I might have the crushers. I definitely don't have the asteroid collectors. Yeah, I do have crushers. I only need 4 crushers for that, 4 regular crushers, not even quality ones. I do need like 200 asteroid collectors though, like 220 or so. Cargo bays are not needed at all, and for space we still have some. I do have solar panels here. Looks to be enough. Let's take that out a bit to see what we have. Right, the space platform. Iron overload. Let's start by just deconstructing the other tiles. We've got 10 right now. 46 pieces. Plus the 64 that are already on the thing. So this thing... we got the same blueprint. So I suppose we'll start by just placing down this for as far as it will go, not really that far. That's as far as it goes. It does request this automatically, which means these rockets should automatically fire now. Okay, there we go. All of them. I did limit these chests to not put more space platforms in. We've got about 5.5k remaining. I hope that is big enough to... I hope that's enough to build the entire platform. We'll have to see. So it can eject all the pods it needs. The cargo bay on Norvis has got the... That one does have the cargo bays. I think we made 96 of them even. But here we are just shooting out the pods as they are needed. Alright. Can we already paste the next part of the blueprint? So actually I should delete this. Let's put the ground floor on here. 6.2k platforms. I think we will have enough then. No, I still cannot place the next part of the blueprint. Next ones are coming in though. Enjoy the animation a bit. It's breaking in the back as all the weird stuff gets added in the back as the platform expands out. Decoratives. Tiny connection here, don't worry. It won't break at this very fragile point, despite the entire thing being this big eventually. This is definitely sturdy enough of a connection. Alright, now we're getting to the point where we're starting to build out slower. It looks like the game will finally let us paste the next part of the blueprint. Let's check the Grabby McGrab phase. That is sending out like 2500 iron a minute. Oh, we've got some extra platforms in here which we probably should send out. It shoots like 2 or 3 at the same time. Input hatches 3, output hatches 3 as well. So every time this fills up to 10 slots, it basically shoots them out. I did in test worlds. You can get to much higher production than this. I didn't find the limit, or didn't look for the limit. But even while inserting with stack inserters directly from Infinity Chest, it would keep up just sending out the cargo pods. Let's also send this down. as an extra. And this will still shoot out at 1k iron collected. I think there's some sort of a minimum waiting time, but if there's like enough to shoot down, like 10 slots at a time, it just shoots it out. Okay, so now we got our platforms in there, some belts as well. We had some mishaps at the last part. I think I'm just gonna let it shoot up this stuff slowly. We could theoretically... I think we should just start collecting whatever we need for this iron platform. So let's put the other one on there. I every time forget the hotkey. I said I was going to automate this, but this is the last platform I'll build for a while, so I guess we're hand scraping the stuff together again. It's the last platform I'll build for a while because it is literally my maximum takeout capacity, I think. Until we get a hand size upgrade, I cannot take out more than 6 belts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 belts and then 1 belt for space science. 6.5, I suppose I could squeeze some in over here, but yeah, 6.5 belts. That is absolute maximum at the moment. That's 5,800 iron a minute. With the second platform up and running as well, I'm gonna have like twice the iron production of this platform. It's a bit higher now because it got backlogged for a while. It should be about 2.5k, but that's over 5k iron already with the second platform. Yeah, looks like we're getting through the backlog of metallic asteroids now. This was stacked up for a while. Yeah. So I only need one more platform. Let's first organize the inventory a bit in general. And by organize I mean just start throwing all kinds of random things in a chest until you have enough space again. I probably should clean that up off screen a bit at some point. Actually the rest looks pretty okay. Alright, so this is my inventory as I want to carry it, I suppose. So let's chuck that away, except for the armor and the bolts. That can stay, all the stuff on those slots, those are blocked anyway. We need to collect stuff for the platform. Let's just go in order from most to least. 2.4k yellow belts. Suppose let's prepare 2.5k because that means over 2.4k. I cannot see exactly how many. 500 undergrounds. Do I even have those? I do. 506 to be exact. Yeah, let's throw those in there except these. 266 inserters. I have too many inserters. Ah yeah, we'll send those manually. 220 asteroid collectors. We'll have to set those up in here. So let's remind ourselves. Platform to travel to another planet. 2 days, it's 25 hours of research to to unlock thrusters and another planet. And we also still need some other things, especially if we go to Volgora. We should probably unlock the elevated railways. So we need to research purple signs. That's another 2 hours. Elevated railways, that's 2 hours after we get some purple. And beacons would be great to unlock too, so I can start rolling for quality beacons on Volgora. So definitely not just 2 days of gameplay before we are getting off of this planet. 166 red bells, that's actually quite nice. To have the exact numbers. $128 uncommon solar panels. Guess who made those? Also 1 accumulator, I remember now. I put 1 of those on there. Just to see if it ever gets used. If it ever gets used, I need to expand solar panels. The asteroid grabbers have a bit of spiky power consumption. 126... wait, normal ones or uncommon ones? 126 normal long-handed inserters. I made a whole bunch of rare ones apparently, but not a lot of normal ones. So let's just make those. The 100 uncommon productivity modules, exactly. Check. 96 uncommon inserters for the furnaces. Because the regular ones are too slow to keep up with the actual furnaces, the quality furnaces. 52 rare ones, supposed to load the platform mainly. The 48 furnaces, I remember I made those last time. 48 rare furnaces. So that is why we need the uncommon inserters to keep up with the furnace speed. 40 fast underground belts. Right, that's our 126 inserters. 38. This is the wrong one. Chat has been telling me that is the wrong one for a while now. I'm gonna look back up. I think beacons are kind of going to be required to do the later science packs, because I would like to have productivity modules in yellow science, purple science, probably all the other ones as well. Fulgoran science, Vulcan science, everything will be productivity modules, which means the machines will slow down quite a bit. And then it's basically just a lot cheaper to use beacons to speed the machinery back up again, than to build like 5 to 10 times the amount of machines, each requiring the super expensive modules. Especially if they're gonna be in quality. The beacons really will prove themselves worth. Sure, but how will you make beacon builds with 1 hand-sized yellow inserters? Just building a lot of them, mate. Just building a lot of them. I mean, this thing produces 10 iron ore a second. And this is a 3x2 machine. You just build a lot of rare quality long-handed inserters. And that does the job actually. So for foundries and whatever, those are like 5x5 entities. We will be able to fit the inserters, but the builds are gonna look funny, that is for sure. I have the wrong blueprint, so that kinda sucks. Can I reset? What is the hotkey again, man? Control Shift right click. No. Control Shift left click. That is the one. I need this one. That kinda sucks. It's mostly the same stuff though. 2.1k belts. 462. 450. 462. Let's in the meantime also expand the platform. It has built itself out. I think I'm safe to just also request, just keep requesting up some platforms. Okay, we'll need for sure to go around the edge, probably more. So that will just send off all those rockets again. Okay, they just went up. Looks like we haven't been wasting any time. The rockets are just ready, so those are going to shoot up. As soon as the slow inserters load them with 50 space platforms, that's going to take a while still. Right. 224 regular inserters. Still 220 collectors, still 128 solar panels, 112 red belts. And still the 96 inserters for the furnaces and the furnaces as well with the accumulator. 52 of those still to load the platform, I suppose. There goes the rocket. Alright. 10 rockets is still actually surprisingly slow. 36 of those. We don't need the science build, so all the numbers here are slightly less. 8 rare productivity modules. No efficiency modules at all. I don't have rare productivity modules, so... You know what that means. I'll just quickly make 8 on demand. If you could handcraft rare stuff, this would be even worse. I don't use bots for rocket requests yet, that is correct. Did they fix that? Like if you need like 2 inserters, will they send up 2 inserters or will they just send up 50 inserters? I think they still send up everything, right? So now I can get away with combining a lot of stuff on a rocket. I think the limiting factor is still the speed of the rocket launches, so we're gonna send up a lot of space platforms still. This is like 20, 30 rocket launches, but we can combine all of this stuff on a smaller amount of rockets. 4 regular inserters. What are those then? Anyway, 4 crushers. Past Mike had his reasons, we'll assume. Three fast splitters. I'm gonna have to dip into my personal resources here. 1 of those. 1 accumulator and 1 starter packs. This is everything we'll need to send up. Let's throw away the rest. So these are actually, those were for the... Still need those, for the furnaces those are. I skipped those. Belts, inserters, solar panels. Yeah, looks like I just simply skipped those. Now it's gonna take a while to... This is as how far they let me paste the blueprint. I cannot even scroll the screen further to the left at this point. Just gonna have to wait for this platform to build out a bit. One tile at a time, at a speed of 1 tile a second about. And then we can paste the next part. Rinse and repeat. I suppose though, we can actually paste the actual platform on top now. Cannot build an uncharted area. Alright, we'll force it then. And that should, yeah, that should do this. It will request all the stuff. Right, let me just throw all of this away. I think I've got everything. I could send a raider up there and quickly blow it on there, but I think that would have been a better tactic for the other one. The 27,000 tile wide original design. Right, let's do asteroid collectors. I need 220 of them. I've got 6. What if I make like 250 collectors? Then I will have some extras for my spaceship as well. There's 5k low densities. 3, 4. There's an entire inventory full of low density structures, so I hope I have those. Alright, every time I paste that blueprint, the request gets overwritten. So let's just make sure these rockets launch. While I grab my inventory full of low density structures. For the simul launch lovers. Radars actually do help in space. I did try that out. Especially if you got good quality ones, it immediately just reveals that quality area. But I'm not using it because I think it also generates more chunks in the Y direction. So I don't really want to like generate chunks which I don't need. Slightly annoying. Just keep on doing this. I've got an inventory full. This actually crafts pretty fast, so I think I'm just gonna divide that over these 10 chests over here. Right, so that's 1000 low density structures. That means I need to match that up with 400 electric engines. Man, I cannot do math. 1000 divided by 20 times 8. That really should not require a calculator. Yeah, 400. And times 5 for the blue chips, 250. 400 engines. We got those over here. Alright. And then blue chips. I think I still got some over here. Yeah, we do. 250. I don't have enough then. I need 1250. So let's go grab some blue chips as well. Yeah, I got 1 science per minute. That's the correct way to think about that. Right, at least we are sending the stuff now. Let's just get it started like this. Right, that's fairly fast. We get the quality ones as well. Hopefully we'll get some rare quality ones there. So far I've got 6 uncommon ones, but no rare ones just yet. The entire ship was in here. So let me actually use a couple of these again. Set this one to no filter. Just delete the filter. 10 rockets with belts. Sure, 10 rockets with belts. Sure. These can do underground. Right, so that will be automatic as well, as we don't need to manually launch these. These will launch automatically. And we can basically launch whatever we want in this one manually as well. Something went wrong somewhere. That is how it should be. Let's grab 2 stacks of belt out of here, because I don't know if I need all of those. What would be the best thing to shoot up first? I suppose solar panels and belts. If we have, if we can get some of the belts set up. Let's delete this for now. If we can get the belt set up, we can already start processing asteroids or gathering asteroids while it's still under construction. So let's do that. We'll send up solar panels. Those should get sent automatically as well, since that's a full rocket. And we've got one more silo under the Johnny's there. Who keeps those? Who keeps worms in a base? I don't know, especially at this speed. We can send a combination of things in here. Like this you cannot do with bots. You cannot like precisely send up like exact amounts you need without wasting a lot of launches. This is pretty nice to be able to do. That's exactly 1 ton, and that is like 7 different items. I gotta send it to the correct platform. We are 14 minutes and 6 seconds into the fleet. Not bad, right? I got blue signs automated in 14 minutes. You can do a prediction, but not a poll. How long are you staying to at 1k SPM? We might go higher at some point, but as long as we have got new science packs to automate, I think it's better to automate new science packs at 1k SPM. I suppose the productivity modules should go in the crushers immediately, basically. So let's also send the crushers up next. Then we're just gonna need a ton of inserters to do all the inserting. Hey, thanks, Lorem Ipsum. Would you still love me if I was transformed into a worm? Apparently, perhaps even more so. I think the demolishers were added specifically for me, on planet Vulcanus. I don't know what to send up next. Does it really matter? Let's send up the red belts. As many as will fit. Oh, night launch over the science packs and the Johnnies. Thanks for the €5, Lorem. Yeah, I haven't figured out yet how I'm gonna get the 1.5 million yellow science packs for required for what's it called? Artillery. Okay, we'll send this one as well, then we'll go back up north. There's probably a bunch of rockets ready which you can manually combine some other stuff on. Alright, space platforms. Oh, I'll give in. I'll just do it the dumb way. Alright, these are not yet fired for some reason. I guess the belts aren't blueprinted. Or are they? Looks like most of this stuff is up now. Got a ton of platforms. Solar is there. We need the asteroid collectors now. I think it's time to start branching out again. That should send up the bells automatically now. Undergrounds are there. We need the inserters as well for the collectors, but at least the collectors, if they would exist, they could already start grabbing the asteroids, so maybe I should prioritize sending up some collectors then. See, I need 220 of them. They are still in progress. No rare ones, though we got another 7 uncommon ones. Let's grab 120 and then we need 100 more. Another lamp inside. It's an artifact of there is literally no free space to put a lamp in here. There is just no single tile free in these designs. So I got some lights at some locations. But yeah, it's not as omnipresent as I would like. We got enough platforms for a while. Let's first send up the rocket stuff. So, asteroid collectors. Okay, those are getting shot up, so that's good. We didn't blueprint enough of them yet. So, those should get built as soon as they land. We need to send up red undergrounds for the collectors and these inserters, but as long as we start collecting them. Let's see a couple of them pop into existence. Come on, we can grab this chunk. You can do it, you can do it. Come on, come on, come on. No, no. Rip, too late. You're fired. You're fired. Alright. Yeah, we should send up the inserters first then before anything else. I suppose this gets sent automatically. And now this is happening, so we can process a lot more iron, or like take advantage of a lot more iron. Looks like about twice as much indeed. And keep those belts full basically. Alright, so inserters, those get sent up automatically. The demolisher gating was patched immediately, and rightly so as well. Let's send those. I suppose I could be sending some inserters automatically from this side though. Yeah, we still got a couple launches worth in those chests over there. And I don't need to run around like a maniac anymore. Alright. Let's first send up all the other goodies. Productivity modules. That should build the rest of the platform. Modules pop in. There's still asteroids inside here, funnily enough, because we haven't built all the way around yet. At least we're starting to collect some asteroids. They will be put on the belt as soon as the inserters arrive as well. Yeah, I think we are ready to start pasting the next sections. That didn't do anything. I gotta do this one. That also puts the asteroid collectors back. Right? Oh, there are asteroids on the belt. There we go. First one, maybe. First iron. Well, not first iron already. Looks like we smelted some already. So this thing is already starting to work then. There we go. Drop pod with iron from this platform. So what are we still missing? Basically inserters, but those will be shot up automatically, yeah, from this one. That's a integer number of stacks, so that will get sent automatically. I suppose I'll send these asteroid collectors up next. Just trigger them manually, and then I'll set these back to platforms, and that will be it. Let's just send all the bells. This chest is empty. They were still sending undergrounds. Looks like I missed one. So we'll have to do another mixed launch over here. As soon as that rocket is ready, I suppose. Well, it should be operational now. You can see it working at least. And now it's just a matter of pasting the blueprint a couple more times until we reach the edge. Once we reach the edge, it will be this section in one time, and then a little bit later the entire bottom row in one time. The chunks generate in a square, so it's going to take a little bit of time. I guess these belts are not being requested yet because we haven't built enough of the perimeter. Probably same then for these inserters. Let's launch them anyway. That means everything is immediately built. We have all the stocks then. Yeah, there's no materials requested for construction. At the moment we have everything on board. Including enough space platforms. I hope I didn't launch up too many. Alright. I think that concludes the meddling with the platform stuff. And 0 rare asteroid collectors. I've gotten 18 uncommon ones though, so at least that is something. Right, we have 100 more asteroid collectors to send up as well. I suppose we'll put those in a chest. They'll get launched as we build out the platform automatically as well. Alright. I just gotta do this every once in a while. Right. The left platform can get stamped. Alright as well now. Okay, that's good. Then we won't need to stamp in a while, because it's gonna take the game quite a bit of time to build out the platform 1 tile per second. Let's watch the corner. No asteroids inside, but there is one. Where you need to go for space copper. You can also make it from these asteroids, but it requires a technology hidden behind Gleba for 2 million signs, so that is not gonna happen in this playthrough for a while. Alright. Are we already producing iron here? Kind of. Alright, let's not interfere too much anymore. Probably threw all my bots and stuff into a chest somewhere. I hope it is this one. Not here. Electric engines. Some steel. We got blue chips and low densities here still as well. Here is my chest. Is it here? It is, alright. That's all my stuff. How soon till you import rare miners? Yeah, that's gonna be a while. Even the shortest beeline research, it would take 25 hours to unlock Vulcan still if we would go there first. Just look around the base a bit just to see how it's going. Petroleum gas is actually seriously dropping now. I suppose that is because we are making a ton of rocket fuel for all these rocket launches. These chests were full, they are now no longer full. But once that stops, we should kinda stabilize again. I suppose we're still overspending a little because of the red and blue chips over here. And low density structures as all extra plastics. So we might need to increase oil production at some point. I think we gotta prepare to do some more battle stuff. This pollution has slowly been going outwards. We are on the way to discovering laser weapons damage 2, in addition to shooting speed 3 and 4, which we already researched since the last time we tried to attack nests. It looks like we're about to head into like true big worm territory though. Those guys have 50% laser resistance, so they can be a bit hard to kill when they're like in high numbers. Especially when the lasers cannot be placed very close by. So we'll have to see how that goes. That is why we're doing the upgrades. How are we resource wise? So iron is no longer an issue. These gaps will slowly fill up, I suppose. Not even sure we're going to be consuming the entire intake, but we'll figure that out once the platform is up. Science 1008. I guess there's like some oscillation going between blue and gray signs being pushed into locations. There's actually red signs. Yeah, it takes a while for signs to stabilize and use only the top row of flaps again. This should mean we are well above 1 KSPM now over a 50-hour time. So let me indulge a bit. 1003 signs per minute. Alright, we're 7,700 signs packs above expectation, I suppose. That will disappear again though once we go to the next technology, which is gonna be probably another 60 second per science spec technology. Man, should I research purple science? I don't even have a railway yet. That's an hour and 15 minutes. An hour or 15 minutes, which allows me to build up blue chips again though. Sorry, build up red chips and steel again, which we will then need to research anything purple. I'm not really sure of the tech part. Before unlocking any of this, any of the modules and the logistics system, I think first and foremost we should probably be just unlocking a planet. But before we unlock a planet, do we do like purple signs and elevated railways before we unlock a planet? Because technically I do not need it just yet. I'm not even sure which planet I'm gonna go for first still. We could go thrusters, but thruster doesn't do anything without the planet. At least it gives me time to think. Thanks Arcane Hopefront for the subscription. I have started buffering ingredients for purple signs already. We still have 550k steel, With productivity modules, we need 664k for elevated railways. I suppose 3/4 of that for beacons. And I will be producing a full belt of steel for this storage whenever I'm not researching anything blue sciencey, because that doesn't require the full belt of steel for engines. So we will be able to gather more of that while researching railway. It's not just railway actually. If we want to make a train system on Volgora, we also need the train stops. That's another 3 hours of research on top of this. So that's almost 5 hours of researching red and green technologies just to get the train stops as well. During which time I think we can make most or maybe all of the steel for purple signs. Then red chips will also be building up if I'm not using blue signs, because production continues at all times thanks to our buffer chest system. I messed it up earlier, but I think we should be able to at least get the red chips and steel for purple signs, which is the most expensive components. We can then use the 4 bricks, 4 belts of bricks, which we have for military signs over here. If we are not producing military signs, we can borrow those to make the furnaces for purple signs. This is an ingredient in purple signs. Electric furnaces, those require 10 stone bricks. And stone for rails is just stone. Steel, that is like small scraps, I suppose. So I think we should be okay. Do I need to do anything else before I go on a laser rampage? I would like this to be complete before I go on a laser rampage. We were looking at resources, that was what we were doing before you all distracted me. Alright, now we got iron from space. I actually think I should be prioritizing this mine instead of the backup one. So let's flip that around so that we are using this mine again. Because this can deliver 2 belts for quite a while. And the 3rd belt is gonna come from space. I gotta look my copper sources mainly, because copper we don't have. This used to be 13 million copper, it is now less than a million. So that's moving, this is all moving. We've got a backup mine here, which is completely idle still, so that's good. Because we also got another backup mine, that's all for red chips by the way. This one over here, which provides up to 4 belts of copper. Right, so all that copper goes here. Most of this is smelting. Most of this is moving. That should be red chip production. So it looks like copper for red chips is going to be stable for quite a while still. So we literally got one entire patch where the miners are not moving. Same story here. I just cannot. There is no space to put any lights in this setup, unfortunately. Then we got copper for red signs. Copper for red signs should be stable for forever, basically. We're mining it from weird places like over here. Don't even have a radar there during the night. But that is 40 mining drills and they're mining like half a belt of copper. The other half for red signs we are mining here, I believe. Let me see, those 2 belts should meet up somewhere. Alright, they meet up here. So yeah, both of those are doing half a belt. So that's basically eternal copper for red signs. So then the only remaining worry is copper for green signs. That always was a problem so far. I think we solved that last stream actually. We've got This tiny bit over here still. We got this one, which is almost run out over here, but I set up a new one. Yeah, I sacrificed these chunks. Okay, that is going to be able to provide copper for green science for quite a while. So I should make myself a note. Copper for all science pack is good for dozens of hours. So I stop looking at that basically every stream. Suppose let's put it somewhere where I will not be seeing it. Let's put it on the lake. Horrors. Dozens of horrors. Can change some belts to underground. Suppose for this one we could, but I like to see the stuff flow as well, instead of having it go underground. Here it would be harder. Possible, but... I don't know why there's lights here. Yeah, we got lights here for the red chip buffer. We are still not back at 1k SPM. Some labs are still busy. Should I do something else? Like, should I set up some landfill mines perhaps? I think we are out of stone completely. The biters are guarding the last little bit of stone under here, 59k. We cannot reach that until we come around with big mining drills. And here we have literally 3.1k remaining. How much landfill do I even have? 24k. It's like 2 trips only. I don't really intend to do more of this anytime soon though. I think we've got enough green chunks. Also, the functionality of my anti-biter expansion wall is gonna get like... It's gonna get obsolete now. Since we are pushing nests beyond. If we push nests 8 chunks or more beyond the wall, the biters are not gonna expand in there anyway. They might actually still expand between here. We don't have any protection against that except the natural... lesser spawn, the lesser expansion chance because of the biter bases themselves. Plus, I suppose we build a lot of walls around every nest, which also should help a lot. So maybe we can stop worrying about biter expansion and keeping it under control altogether. We got lasers now, we can clean up any expansion we want already, even if it's got like a couple behemoth worms in there. I wonder though if I should make some cheaper bots to try and do the nest sweep. Because once we get to the big worms, I think my bots, they might get one shot. So I could instead be making a bunch of uncommon bots. I haven't made any just yet. We have lost 17 bots so far. We've got some more batteries and electric engines to replace those. But we don't have an infinite amount. Where's my... This was the electric engine factory before. I don't have uncommon engines. Yeah, let's I think let's just see. If we start to lose a lot of bots, I might consider switching to uncommon. For now we're just going to keep these. So what do I need when I go assault biters? Not much. Just need the laser turrets, the power lines and walls. I think I stored all of that up add military signs here. Yeah, this is all I need. Repair packs, power lines, gun turrets, walls. Chests are good to have. I got those on the bar as well. Suppose the raiders. I think I used the radars to get some vision there. We don't need these on the bar really. Kind of want to try out the Roboport method though. Let's wait until we have laser damage too for that. For now, let's just do it some work. Some of the work that needs to be done. Alright, no belts, no inserters, no these power lines, no pumps, no lights. Let's take the lights. No mining drills, furnaces, assemblers, resources. Can I still get away? Yeah, I think I can. At some point we will need to empty it out. Now there's still plenty of space in these chests. So that won't deadlock again. How about steel? Steel is pretty good as well. Alright, I think I'm ready then. Let's walk down. You can kill the floating spawners on Gleba that does not invalidate the run. Which ones are the floating spawners? The aircrafts. Really? Oh, I didn't think about it yet, but I had assumed that you cannot destroy those. I cannot test that either, because if I go in editor mode, the achievement become invalid. That does look very much like a nest to me. I'm unwilling to try that just on a hunch though. Hey Odium. Sorry, I'm not doing a great job of keeping up with chat. Yeah, you gotta be more specific, Dragon. What is he doing as a freaking question around here? Yeah, but you don't get the intonation of that question just by reading it. The question is not, what is he doing? What is he doing today? The question is, what the heck is he doing? That is usually what's going on around here. Alright, we'll take 1k lasers. Power lines, I got 200 of those. The repair packs, which I need to stow away. I suppose I got more of this garbage, which I don't really need in here, but so be it. Actually, I do want to take the furnaces. I can smelt stone into stone bricks if I need 6 more wall pieces or something. That is not a bad idea. Now we're just gonna grab walls. We're gonna need mostly walls, I suppose. I'm gonna leave a little bit of inventory space free so I can grab some wood and whatnot. Have you tried your hand on Pianodons? No, not yet. I almost walked into my Johnny trap. They really got like, even if I run past them, I cannot escape them now. I built myself into a corner here. How is the space platform doing actually? I kind of forgot about that. It's built out to here now. It's definitely not producing as much as it should now. Kinda has flattened out. 1.3k iron a minute because I failed to build out the rest. And close the southern edge. So this area still full of asteroids now. That will soon no longer be the case as we will enclose the entire area. Right, so I just grabbed my furnaces. And then I will be off. Yeah, alright. Great job for editing, Mike. Made second platform. Oh, I guess editing Mike can just go like, hey, I did the first platform and I just built a copy without the signs. For the rest, exactly the same, like making the space science platform, so not too interesting. Laser fighting time. Where the heck do we go first? I may have already waited a bit too long for that. We're not really pushing up yet against the nest anywhere, but it's definitely gonna happen at some point. This copper source is pretty biter based up, so if we're gonna mine this at some point, it's gonna look roughly similar to this one, but worse, because there's a lot more biter bases. Just looking where the copper sources are, because we should have some purpose as well. Here's a good one. This is far away still. Maybe we can free up some of the ones we were going to like sneakily mine anyway for like half a belt or something. Maybe we can just unlock those resources completely. Like half a belt of copper, we can just mine this patch entirely. Yeah, this is behemoth worms territory though, so I think we are not quite ready for those guys just yet. There's a good copper source down here. We might try our hand at this area then. There's a couple good copper sources here as well. Medium worms and big worms mixed in. So maybe we'll clear out some of this area. First, we can try our hand at some of the big worms without going all in on giant big worm exclusive nests. We can also see how the accumulator network holds up against like 60 to 100 nests spawning behemoth biters simultaneously. That is also still untested. Yeah, this band of mediums is probably a good candidate to take out as well, since the pollution is pushing up on there. In the north we are quite okay still. Here we got some small expansions to deal with at some point. There is this big worm nest as well, with some small copper in there, but this is desert terrain. Some trees, but not too many. That is going to be a bit trickier to secure. These nests look truly humongous, so that goes from like tiny medium worm bases to like giant big worm bases really fast, I feel. There is a lot of copper here though, so that is good. Looks like we need to look more into this area then. I think we're gonna start trying to push this area first. We need to do all of the areas anyway. This is a nest I specifically not tried to attack early on because it was too difficult. I think we're just gonna start there then. Let's go there. I got my other armor. Got my equipment. I think I'm ready to go here. Still 2 hours to laser damage, but I don't see any other methods of procrastinating even more at the moment. Yeah, I don't think I would finish Pianodons before I die of old age, really. If I would play it for myself, then yes, of course, but if I would try to make a YouTube series out of that would, no. It would just never be finished. First somebody has got to invent life extension technology, then I can have a go at that. Yeah, quality science only is actually a pretty nice challenge. Indeed, only the tiny base on the Biter Island. The ones that try to kill this run early on by passing along some... what was the gun? The biters almost expanded into my base because these biters were active, and somehow the game realized they couldn't part there, and then they said to these guys, why don't you expand way beyond your normal range into this guy's base? It didn't happen in the actual playthrough, but it happened into one of the time lapses I did during the break screens. Those invaded my base from a distance from where they should not be able to. It stopped after we walled up these guys. So these guys will have to go. I already blueprinted the turret a long time ago. One time soon-ish, relatively. We're gonna put an artillery shell in there. A rare quality one at that. Alright. Where do I even gonna come in from? Should I think I'm gonna keep the extra zoom. It is a little bit cheaty, but then at least I can show something, because if this is my maximum zoom level, everything is gonna be happening off screen, which is not great because this is a stream. So yeah. Okay, we got power on there. How did I do this again? I got a bar for this. Alright, we got this thing. This is all I need. And we got this thing for the nests. This thing which is tileable for the lasers, and this thing to clean up everything after we're done. A laser counter, bot counter, repair pack counter. So I see I put them in my trash slots. Throw more walls in there for now. We'll save here. Are you spoiling yourself? Not really. I mean, we are so much ahead of the YouTube playthrough at the moment that I'm already showing glimpses anyway in the series. So it's not that you know what is gonna happen next if you now you see that we've got this base going. I would say it's safe to watch at this point. Okay, I'm kind of thrown off. I don't know how far I am from the bases with this extra zoom stuff. Normally the maximum zoom out level gives me the instinctive range I have learned over the years to not trigger the biters, but this extra zoom is kind of setting me off. Let's first, that is why I brought the raiders. Let's first do this, so that we can see something on the map as well. Where are the cliffs? Where is trees? I think, where is the worms? I think we just want to... Yeah, the worms are actually pretty much in the way here. And the cliff is not very friendly. So maybe we'll try pushing this one first. Going around like so. Can the lasers reach in the back? Kind of. If we place them far enough in. So I got a trick for that as well. First of all, let's switch armor. The one with the bots, I switch off the robots for now. So if we hover this one in here, the lasers kinda exactly reach the back worms. I can place the power line and some lasers here. There as well, but no lasers. These lasers do reach this worm, it looks like. It's a little bit hard to see. I think, yeah, that's in reach. That's the furthest back worm. So if I take this as my as a waypoint, I can then just blueprint my way back all the way to where I'm standing. And if I just follow this, tiling, I should be able to get away with it. I should end up exactly there in that spot. So that is the idea here. This is going to be a big fight right off the bat, and I haven't fought any biters for, I don't know, quite a while. Does this one also happen to line up nicely for this one? Kinda does. I can place all the power lines, immediately push in. I think that's actually a quite nice lineup. So we can follow the same grid for both nests then, that we know so much. We're gonna get... That's a lot of nests though, they're gonna send a lot of biters. I better prepare well. Not caring about the trees as much anymore. I think I'm gonna keep this as my back line. Oh man. Yeah, there's not a lot of, like these laser fights, they get old pretty fast for a YouTube video, so there's just gonna be like 1 or 2 of them. Then when I try a new largest nest, I might put another one in. Especially now with the damage upgrades rolling in. So we got a little bit of different stats now. We've got 4 levels of shooting speed upgrades. That means they are going to be shooting almost 3 times a second. We still only got 1 damage upgrade though, but still that is like, let's say about 70 DPS. 70 DPS per turret. Here is only medium worms still, so it's a big nest, but the medium worms are not that threatening. It's mostly going to be the number of spawns from the nest, and we gotta keep an eye on the accumulator bank, which is why I'm a little bit waiting for the sun to come up. Because I'm a little bit scared to do this at night. The sun is coming up though, so I should get going. Right. How does this work again? Like so. Let's see if they don't come in immediately. And then we just hold the button here. And then just go row by row until something starts triggering on us. Hopefully the biters on the left will still leave me alone. Now all of these guys come out. Let's wait. Hold off. Go in. Get the bots out of the line of fire. A tactical maneuver. Rotate them a bit so they go out of the line of fire from the worms. Now they got laser turrets to worry about. And as long as I keep some turrets between me and the worms, they should not be targeting me, I feel. Alright, let's push in there, like we tried to plan out. Alright, then the last ones, we gotta go around a bit. That went pretty well. Okay, that's all the worms. We indeed get the last one. No worms. So no bots got destroyed. We've got a lot of damaged laser turrets now though. And a lot of biters spawning and attacking my turrets. I think I'm just gonna accept that. Hopefully that will charge up. Kinda on the limit actually with power. I don't know how much extra power I've got for this. We've got the one-time steam turbine thing. I've got only 500 turrets left though, so I think I gotta like pick up a couple ones from the back here. No, I think I should first wall off this nest. I think we are far enough away to not disturb that nest just yet. Roboport power is good because we have been deploying the keep the bots within range strategy and don't give them too many tasks at once so they don't actually consume power. My battery is still full. I think we're just gonna wall them off now, one by one. I think I'm gonna start from the back. Spitters can be still quite dangerous. I do want to stay out of range a bit. So now my bots are gonna suffer. They're gonna fly very far. I might be able to do this stage with Roboport coverage actually. This is the stage that is draining my bot's energy all the time. Because each stamp takes up to 49 walls around the nest. And I only control like 200 bots or so, something like that. Right, I'm standing a bit too close. Let's go over here. especially from map view, I'm immobilized. If a spitter targets me, I'm basically dead. I don't have the reaction time to go out of map mode and get myself out of the acid pool. Let's maybe do the spitter spawners first. That should be kinda it. Yeah, there goes my battery. Battery is dead. These things eating power as well. How is power? Okay, we're back to full. I think it did take quite a bit longer than the last time though. It's getting night again. Are there still spawns from over here? If not, we can start retreating. Yeah, the spawn cooldown is up to half a minute for things like behemoth biters, I think. So we should watch this for quite a while before assuming the situation is safe. But it looks like it's okay. This is a bit dangerous, but I'm going to cut out this corner. We need the laser turrets to attack the left side. We need to come in from this area and somehow make our way through. I'm gonna need all those laser turrets. I should bring more than 1000 laser turrets perhaps. I spent like... I mean, if both nests attack me at the same time, if this was close by enough, I should have enough laser turrets on me to also neutralize this nest at the same time. I should not run into trouble here. The problem of these robots consuming power is my legs stop working basically. I got a bunch of damaged ones, but those are going to be the back ones, so I think we're just continuing straight up here. Ominous Aquilo music playing. Especially with those legs not working, it's even more difficult. Get out of the line of fire. Okay, one bot got demolished. Such is life for a bot. We're not even at like big worms yet. All of these are like small, or like mediums. Okay, we're gonna need like a big line here pretty quickly. Come on bot, fly out. And this zoom thing is doing wonders though. Makes it really nice to view. Gotta go all the way around this nest as well to target the back worms. We don't need to keep the blueprint here, we can basically do something like this. That might be bad for the lifespan of these of my bots. There goes another one. At least we got rid of all the worms. Not all, there is still one active over there. Let's not walk through acid. Do I still have any juice in here? I do. Laser turrets dying is fine, but yeah, bots I'm a little bit less happy about. I think I'll just temporarily just snipe that worm with a single laser turret placement. And then just pick it up again. Because that will get annihilated for sure. Yeah, I got 500 laser turrets left, man. There's like 600 laser turrets on the battlefield. I gotta bring in a couple extra lasers. Right, how is power? Oof. Okay, it's definitely dipping below. Looks like we're just hitting the turnaround point where the solar panels start doing work again. 54, 64. 65. Looks like that was at least a 10 gigajoule attack. We're not done yet. So how much are the laser turrets doing actually? 90 megawatts over a minute. That's basically how much shots we need to out DPS the spawn rate of these fighters. Right, so now the trick actually would be, I suppose, but for this I definitely want uncommon bots. I will try it. Let's try this with rare bots. 850 Roboport attempt. So I am carrying on me some Roboports and storage chests. All the worms are dead. Most of these enemies should get triggered on my laser turrets immediately. So technically I would be able to do something like this, I think. Put a Roboport there. Switch off my own Roboport. Supply the bots with walls. Throw my bots in there. No! That was a mistake. I forgot. Okay, I forgot that land-based construction bots actually have access to your trash slots. They will pick stuff out of there. That's a weird quirk of that stuff. There's now no space to put those trash slots back, so I have to do this. We need some more Roboports for these guys to charge up on. Right, as long as we're not losing any bots, I'm fine. Let's start stamping down these things. This should be a lot easier and safer now. And more importantly, it does not cost me the personal battery from my Roboport. Alright, but then the issue is all of these bots want to charge up on a single Roboport. That is not great. So I need to do the Roboport thing prepare that pretty well as well, I suppose. I think this could be a faster way though to do this. So many nests. Okay, now we're having the problem. They start attacking some of the walls because they cannot pathfind out. As long as we got laser coverage, that should be good, but we do not have laser coverage everywhere. Yeah, this is not great. Grab a couple bots ourselves. Okay, we're losing another bot. Alright, so we gotta make sure we got coverage on the entire nest. Somehow that bot did not get destroyed by the splash damage. Alright, we lost one additional bot. I think that's okay. Requires some practice and getting used to, but I think this is a pretty decent way to do it. Now my battery is full again. I retain my ability to run away, which is quite nice. And this should also be easier then. If I switch off my own Roboport. I placed all of them. Okay, looks like still one nest needs to be disabled. Normal laser show. Can do the retreating a bit better then as well. Let's try and expand the network to the other side. Literally on the walls. So now everything is covered. I suppose those bastards already got my repair packs anyway, so... I know, yeah, this is a weird way to do it. I have to get used to this method a little, I suppose. The entire backfield is clear, so let's grab all of this. This robot should keep power long enough to grab all of that. I think I just need to use it for placing the walls on the nests. Once the worms are down, place the walls, pick up the robots again, and then just do the cleanup myself. And I gotta manage the repair packs better. Yeah, it's this achievement, keeping your hands clean. You cannot kill a biter base before before you have artillery. You need to kill the first biter base with artillery to get the achievement. Yeah, now they just the flight distance is too long, so I think I should just pick it up. It's good though, they charge up of the power grid instead of my armor. I've got my bots back, at least most of them. Let's throw all my repair packs back in there. Okay, we got looks like more guys in here. Is that all? Yeah, that's all. Alright. Let's retreat the way we were doing it before from the personal armor. That was a sizable base. It was not very hard, I must say. And even power held up pretty well. But then again, I'm not sure how much power it is going to take out all the big and behemoth worms later on. Alright. Doing the power-free bot charging trick. Now we're going to do the weird repair trick. We just Control Z. And that, funnily enough, will place all damage laser turrets first. I said. Okay, I figured out how this works now. Yeah. I got it just takes the laser turrets from the last slots which have laser turrets on them. The damaged ones are always behind the normal ones, which is why it normally places the damaged ones first. But I got these locked slots in my inventory now, so I gotta do this for these to be at the end. So let's do Control Y, redo. And then we Control Z. And now they place all the damaged ones. Alright, that was the trick. All damaged ones got placed, so now I do want them to have the repair packs. Then we can Control Z once more. Pick it up and everything is repaired. Stash away the repair packs again. Turn the stone into landfill? Question mark. Alright, 34 nests. No problemo anymore. Even in combination with that one. We got a sneaky Johnny here in the forest. Already caused me trouble a couple times. But isolated worms. Let's even hide him. We'll hide him behind his own symbol. Alright. So let's push on. We've got this nest over here, and then we've got a bunch of expansions. Let's try doing the roboport trick again on this nest. And if it works, we can grab the stuff we need. I'm really thrown off guard by this extra zoom capacity. Okay, let's give the bots to repair some walls in here apparently. Ooh. Why is the solar farm wiggly? Solar farm is not wiggly. The accumulators are though, because we don't have substations, so we based the design around power lines, one tile power lines. Okay, do we just... this is like a freestanding nest. I don't think we need to strategize much here. So let's just start placing turrets. And hope for the best. At some point they'll trigger. Like now, apparently. So one layer at a time. That was my bot killing mistake last time, I think. Gotta wait for the laser turrets to be up so that the worms start targeting the laser turrets. Then the bots can fly in quite safely. Then the worms will not target the bots directly. Most worms are on that side. Let's go around this way. Yikes. Oof. Okay, we got some behemoth expansion on that side. Those guys have enormous range. I hope I can get away with not triggering those. I think we got some big worms in here as well in the back. There's a big worm. They are still okay to kill. Apparently, it's not too much of a trouble. There's a bunch of expansions on that side, man. Alright, let's not walk through asset again. If it's a spit behemoth guy's asset, that is basically means I'm toast. This time we'll actually... The bots betray me again. Or the game engine, I suppose. Alright, so I have managed to retain my ability to... If I want to do this, I gotta like... Yeah, that's too close, man, to those guys. The thing is really more trouble than it's worth at this moment. Let's just do it ourselves. Maybe not stand as the closest thing next to a spitter base. That would help my survival chances. Oh, I know. I know how to maybe avoid what's charging up on my armor. If I just give them a lot for to do. They will keep flying out. They can fly a pretty big distance because they're rare quality bots. Alright, and if I then place some roboports before they run out of stuff to do, where are the roboports? I think this should work. Probably should save first. I don't have any other roboport networks. I think if I just switch my armor, they will go to this roboport network instead. It's already too late, they drained my battery. Alright. Never mind, that does the repair. I need to stuff the repair packs into chests then. And my armor is F anyway, so I just let them charge up. Ooh, that is painful though. All those maximum distance flights. I also have taken up every single power line in this area. I don't really want to walk in this area, that is not great. But this is also not great, now my roboports are completely empty. So I'm back to default walking speed. And my bots refuse to fly out to place the last walls here at the moment. Because every roboport is empty. It will take a bit of charging too. So maybe I am kind of forced on these bigger nests to start utilizing the roboport network. Because this was not even like a super big nest. Hey, Dosh is in the chat. Yeah, I would say don't re-upload your video. That basically will kill the algorithm stuff. Yeah, I know it's very annoying when they do that to a video. But I sometimes randomly have one of my older videos go to 360p and people like complain about like a 2-year-old video, but then YouTube is just like reprocessing it, and it takes like a couple days and then the quality goes back to normal again. So it might restore in time, over time. Pots are the best, yeah, but the solar panels, I mean it's pretty stupid that I am able to do this with a Power Armor Mark 1 and Mark 1 personal construction bots, and you have this literal area like it's larger than a roboport. That's not true, it's almost larger than a roboport area. It's stupid that I'm able to do this early in the run. I don't see any dangerous stuff anymore. Here we got behemoth worms though. Do I have enough? Yeah, I have enough juice, so if I manipulate the bots to not fly out far, I can just stand here. Maybe I should pick up the bots then. So I don't need to wait for them, that was the whole point. If we let the bots Ah, the repair packs are destroying me. Well, let's try to make the best of it. Let's hope nothing spawns anymore. That's too far. Yeah, they do the charging animation. That is not good. That means they take power. Yeah, it starts to be pretty painful to do these bigger nests in this way, I must say. Let's try to start retreating. So if they don't do their charge animation, they don't take any power from my battery, so that's what I'm hoping to... I hope to keep the bots from flying out more than 60 to 80 tiles or so, and that should do the trick for me. So I just can walk with them a bit. Rare in general is 1.6 times multiplier, yeah, but for bots, for some things it works different. And they don't tell you which things until you like figure it out for yourself. They do tell you in the mouse over here. But like accumulators, they have the 1.6 multiplier for max power provision rate, which once you have a big accumulator bank, it does not matter how much this value is. But the energy capacity just doubles with uncommon instead of 30%. That makes them instantly worth it, really. Same is true for construction bots. So their hit points and stuff, that's all like... the hit points is like 1.3, but who cares? Their energy capacity, though, doubles per level. So that means a single bot can fly out half a kilometer, which is like 10 chunks on like 1,643 meters is the maximum flight range of my bots. To put it into context, I'm right here. The center of my base is right here. If we mark the tree again, that tree is 1.5 kilometer away, which means this construction bot can fly all this distance all the way back to the base without recharging, because it's a rare quality bot with triple the flight range of a normal bot. That is pretty insane, huh? So yeah, some things bots are definitely some things quality is definitely worth it more than in other things, and personal quality bots are one of those things, especially with the tripled free flight distance where they don't take power from your armor, which is especially nice in the solar panel era. Yeah, the tree still has its leaves. They either lose their leaves or they become pretty grey. This one actually still is pretty green as well. It has lost most of the leaves though. But the tree which I marked to be the tree, surprisingly always keeps its leaves for some reason. I was indeed speaking. How long have I been muted for? Ah, I know how long. I needed to sneeze. Thanks. About a minute. Alright, that is not too bad. Let's see the platform, somebody said. I said, yeah, let's put the back door on the platform because I forgot to do that. It's currently building itself out at a rate of 1 tile per second. So it's gonna take a while. The asteroid collectors should shoot up automatically. Yeah, they come. So let's watch them get built. Alright. Automation. I can do it. Sometimes. Yeah, this one is complete. The space science platform. It just has solar up here. It has the giant box, which is a 3-to-1 ratio. 3-to-1 is the biggest you can go before asteroids on the short edge start to be angled away from the platform, and you'll miss grabbing those. That was the problem with my first design, which was basically a 27,000 tile long line. A lot of the asteroids just drifted off into space without ever coming close to a collector. You can make this bigger. I was gesturing towards the south until you have 3-to-1 in the other direction and keep the 100% catch rate property. It's not that useful because total asteroid spawn rate is a function of perimeter and perimeter only. So making the volume like 5 or 6 times as large still results in only like double the asteroid spawns. So I like this box. It also turns out to be exactly enough to make 1k space signs per minute if you use some productivity in the asteroid processing. The ice is the limiting factor here. So basically even if we are making space signs, we still have like 2200 iron a minute overflow from that, which we can send down to Novice. And this one is gonna be making 2500 iron all the time because it doesn't have any space signs. It just has iron. Let's look at the platform here. We actually already are building up iron, it seems. Maybe the delivery is a bit irregular, but that is good to see. Yeah, so far no bots yet, just inserters. Space science is ready to go, but we're not using it yet. I do want this to come in, man. How's the performance on these big platforms? It's actually pretty good. So there's a whole Discord thread going on about that at the moment. This is pretty decent though. I did the 27,000 tile wide 27,000 tile wide line design. That's a difficult sentence to say. And I tried running it up to max UPS. It reached about 250 with nothing else in the world. Novice was deleted, there was nothing else. I can do like 9 platforms of this size, which is more than the line gathered in iron in total. And I got up to about 800 UPS with nothing in the world. So that's quite a difference. So in general, I'm not too scared to plop a couple of these asteroids collector platforms in there and get some of the iron that way. It's kinda expensive on performance compared to just mining a Novice, but until we start dropping under 60 FPS, 60 UPS, it doesn't really matter what we do, and we can always dismantle the platforms later on if we get into trouble. And until the time comes, they can deliver us with a whole lot of free iron, basically. I built it in a box design so I would grab all the asteroids as quickly as possible. You can do a cheaper design, which is just a cross from the origin. You will also catch all the asteroids, but they drift around in space longer, and asteroid processing time seems to be the limiting factor as I understand it so far. People in chat will probably correct me if I'm wrong. The Discord discussion has gotten into like scientific simulation theory levels, and I can no longer follow all of it. So, how long ago since we saved? It's been a while. The good thing though is I blabbered on for so long that my Batteries have recharged again, so that is nice at least. And you upgraded from 2600 to 7803D plus DDR. Performance went up 6-fold. That is insane. The only reason the C-block base didn't lag. Yeah, that must have been a monster. I'm on a laptop. I guess a medium-end gaming laptop. Maybe medium to high-end gaming laptop. But it's still a laptop. Due to my changing location around the year, I don't have a fixed location, so I cannot have a fixed computer with me all the time. So I have to do it from laptop. So far, it's been going okay. Let's try taking on some of these. Ooh, these behemoth worms are scary. Let's do safe here. Behemoth expansions. I think those behemoth worms have the. But I don't know if they can one-shot my bots, but I probably will find out at this point. These should not drain my battery though, so that is at least something. Those guys have a long range. I actually have an update to the Book of Weird Measurements. We've got the worm range in there to visualize what the worm range is. So the behemoth worms range is this, 48 tiles. So actually, that means I can place laser turrets like right here. The worm will not be able to shoot them. Let's try that out. Let's have the back line maybe here. Let's see. No shots fired yet. Can I just put that on the bar? Alright, so then the next line of laser turrets probably will trigger the behemoths worms to shoot. Those guys are gonna draw a lot of laser fire, man. And I got to make sure I don't get hit by those, because that's an instant game over. Let's go in like this. Alright. Behemoth worms are shooting, do not walk through the asset. They have a target. Are my repair packs? Oh no. Repair packs, that is 2 bolts down. I don't care about the turrets. Okay, let's send in more turrets now. Oh god. Oh god. Those guys take forever, dude. I think it's mostly laser turrets we're losing. We have triggered a couple bots, couple guys from there. Let's retreat a little. I do not want to walk. Did the guy shoot at me? Holy moly. I do not want to walk until that asset is gone, because that's insta-death. Okay, how many bots did we lose right there? 3 bots. Okay, I think I do want to change for uncommon bots. Since these don't really drain my batteries, the nests are too small to drain my battery really. But the behemoth worms just basically are too dangerous for my bots. And they'll just keep on dying all the time. And even it's a 1000 times science cost playthrough, but rare quality materials are still pretty limited. How did those guys not trigger? I'm not gonna question it. How long since you stretched? Since the beginning of the stream, basically, just before the stream started. So yeah, let's go do that. Where did that guy come from? Did I not force please? Apparently. Right, we got some damaged turrets in here. Let's hit the magic repair button again. I didn't forget to stow away my repair packs on the first time. There lay the fallen bots. One-shotted by the behemoth. Alright. So how many bots do I actually control? 192. I've got 194 left. So I still have the bots I need. I'm gonna change to uncommon quality bots though if I want to push more of those. There's big worms in here as well, so it's probably about time then to start using disposable bots really. That's the whole reason. I think I want to leave my chest of walls here. I'm gonna keep the laser turrets. I'm gonna bring more, like 1500 at least. And a couple more walls. Nothing should happen with this. I'm still not gonna leave my laser turrets here though. Let's switch armor. And run back to the base. And then I'll do some stretching. 69% on laser damage. 2. Hopefully that will kinda up the speed a bit at which those behemoth worms fall. Even in the expansions, man, they are just pretty deadly still. I love the zoomed out view, man. Yeah, uncommon bots have a smaller free energy range. I think it's a factor of the energy capacity. So it basically doubles for uncommon bots, triples for rare bots, which is why I can do this. Like they can fly at like a 2-chunk distance or something in total. If the total flight is less than 2 chunks, they don't charge up, but normal bots do. So I'm not gonna have the free energy, but if I use for the big nests my personal bots, for the wall placing I can use roboports, and for the behemoth worm expansions I use uncommon bots by default because they don't require a lot of things to be placed. Then I don't need the free energy on those. Alright, let's first of all go up to 1.5k turrets. That means I already lost quite a bunch of them. I every time forgot I cannot run through there. The Johnny's in the way. Alright, so I'm gonna save here. I'm gonna do a little bit of stretching in the meantime. I need hazard concrete. It's actually true. Yeah, it is a good soundtrack. Alright, I'll be away for like a minute or two and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So funny there are no blue inserters. Yeah, actually I really like it, the limitation so far. I think I'm just gonna keep doing that until we can't do that no more. At some point, it's not gonna be viable anymore with the faster machineries, the foundries, the EM plants. Those are gonna have some pretty quick turnaround times. Let's check if the iron overload is actually overloading us with iron. We are missing some belts still. Are those going to be launched up automatically, or what is the case there? No, because these chests are empty. There is nothing inside these silos anymore. What about here? That one is empty as well. So what are we missing then? 54 belts. Just 54 belts. We're not really missing any iron production at the moment, because the asteroid collectors, if they would grab something, and they're still outputting it on there. Right, so but it's still stored in the collectors at least. Right, so we need to send up 54 belts. Let's do that first. And in fact, we can send down the platforms. Let's take a big loop around. We'll send up this rocket especially for the 54 belts. Let's hope I read that right. That's not a given. Pick up these, these and these. And that should be the final delivery. Here they come. Zip. And asteroids are coming. So yeah, there's a small chance one of these asteroids will score a goal. I suppose especially the carbonics and the oxide asteroids, they can just flow inside still. But in general, this entire area should be clean. Alright, are we already... I think the asteroid is... iron is stashing up now again. So I'm literally taking out all that I can. I suppose I could make this belt flow always. I think I like it like this though. This belt will flow always as soon as I'm picking up some... Who puts those worms there? Since I'm picking up something in my base. Wait, we were doing laser stuff. Let's not... I gotta be laser focused for this. Let's not lose track. I was gonna grab some uncommon bots. That was the idea. I do not have uncommon bot frames just yet though. So I suppose we'll make those in here. And then just F off again for a bit. Until these things are ready. Because these things take a while to make. Sure. I suppose we will need a real supply of electric engines then. We got batteries, circuits and steel though. We also got a bunch of uncommon electric engine byproducts. Suppose we'll just convert all of those. We could make these into actual electric engines as well. What are these used for? Rare trains. What does it even do? Nothing. This would be useful for Dosh's playthrough with the train sorting. Higher health trains. And you can spend even more time repairing them. Alright, we'll go for these... let's do 300 bots for now. That should be fine. We'll just do 6 of these assemblers. We'll make some uncommon bot frames in the process as well to repair our fallen comrades. That means I need to match that up with 300 steel, 600 batteries, 900 circuits. Of the Mark II quality. 300 steel, 900 circuits. Batteries, I think I still got those laying around over here. Ore is flowing, so that's okay. 273k 270k uncommon iron and copper. It's getting out of hand a bit. I think at some point I just have to stop with the quality. I don't think I'm going to use it. I thought I would need it for like other planet resources and stuff, but a lot of space platform stuff, a lot of spaceship stuff, but there's not an uncommon, there's not a quality thing on board except for regular machines like assemblers and furnaces. The crushers are normal quality, the asteroid collectors are normal quality, so looks like I'm gonna need a lot less than I feared. So yeah. All right. Water stacking. The rest at least should be straightforward. And half a stack of steel. That should be 300 bot frames, most of which will be uncommon. Now we can make uncommon bots. I suppose 10 roboports should be enough to charge the bots again. I got 10 of those. There's my inventory, it's over here. We got 10 roboports. Let's get rid of these repair packs. I think we're just gonna resume combat, because those bot frames are gonna take a while to craft. Right, all of these chests are empty, surprisingly. Let's try to empty the belts out. Now I'm just gonna throw these in here. That's nice, I spent all my platforms, that means all the steel I spent transforming into platforms has been used, because these are expensive. That is 300,000 steel, 1.5 million iron into platforms. For just these 2 platforms we've got up now. And then we just got a couple left. Right. This thing is now complete. This thing is complete as well. Alright, so we're good. We're good. I'm gonna grab more walls. Where is military science? I built this base. I know where my stuff is. Will do. Rare wagons. The rare wagons have higher storage capacity. Or what? Let's find out. No, storage size 40. Rare wagons are not a thing. At least not what I can see at the moment. Yeah, the bot tornado was great. Where am I even? I'm on the right way. I'm on the right way. Let's go down. This is the, I think by far the most cheerful Aquilo song of the bunch. Maybe not, it is pretty epic. Maybe not the most epic Aquilo song. There's that super overly dramatic one with the dissonant piano stuff. But this one is a pretty nice, victorious song. So we got an expansion over there. That looks like a piece of cake. It's an early game expansion with a medium worm and 2 nests. The real danger is to the right, so we're gonna skip that for now. I knew these lights would come in handy. Let me place those on the map so I can find my chests later on. We're just gonna do some easy combat until there is not a lot of easy combat, but we're just gonna do something until our bots are done. I gotta first switch my armor again. Don't think we need much of a backline for this one. We can just start going in. Repair packs are gone. Yeah, if we just rush in, there's just nothing these guys can do. Right. No charging. Alright, I suppose I can even just let them repair from here. Do I even want to? Let's not do a repair step every time. It's not really that necessary. Okay, that is how combat should go. Just go in, put the walls, get out. And I'm full of stuff because I have the engines on me. Oh well. Let's hope I don't die. So in terms of other easy combat, suppose we want to unlock these copper sources. That is the reason why we're here, as well as that one. So I suppose we'll do these nests next. Which means I need to run all the way around, so running armor. But why did I come here then? That's a good question. Poor man's gates. 237 hours in and counting. And I'm opening the gates with my deconstruction planner. Oh, we got one more. There's power here. We gotta bring power. Oh, we got power at the oil field, so let's go there. Yeah, I kinda mazed myself into a corner there. Man, this cliff is... Oh, there's Johnny's in the forest. Alright, we're back here. Armor switch. Alright. This one might require some strategic approach since there's a cliff in the middle of the nest. It would be great if I could shoot all the worms from up here. That might be exactly possible with this orientation. Yeah, that does seem to work. Let's just do a save. Yeah, we're back to the early game now. Walling up biters. I probably should not place just a single block of lasers. That's just gonna get overrun immediately. Okay, so how do I even want to come in? There's a ton of worms straight ahead. Could be probably... Ooh, how the heck are these biters gonna pathfind to me? They're gonna go through here? Or are they gonna go to try around all the way here and then break my pipes and my oil field? That is a great question. Maybe I should... Just in case. There is no big worms in there, so we should be okay. Let's just try going in low then. We might catch those biters on the way out. Should be about to trigger them. Let's complete the field, front line at least. Now I have to go around. Okay, the biters are pathfinding around on that side, so I probably should give myself a bit of a cushion here. It's actually pretty easy, just never let go of shift and the grid will never change. Okay, I think that was a bot though, it was not a laser. No, it's a laser, alright. Ooh, big. The human biter was about to chew on me. It looks like I'm not reaching all the worms. Oh, now I'm losing bots. Okay, bots were getting targeted. They replaced that one laser turret over here, which got destroyed. We got the laser show back on the road. I think this is a good nest to try out the Roboport thing again. First though, chest. No, switch off Roboport. Okay, at least I can recall those guys back. Man, this repair pack stuff is truly annoying. Roboports. The problem is I gotta prepare this with Roboports all around a bit, which I'm not really sure that makes this better. Okay, now the entire area is kind of covered. I think we're good. Alright. So walls, bots. Nothing happens, that's good. Until I start placing the walls, so I can actually just stay out of danger, like maybe here. Pretty soon. Should see bot swarms flying in with walls. And if I bring like 500 uncommon bots or so, this will also get done way faster than with just 200, I suppose. Man, this song is just perfect for this scene. I think that's every one of them. Let's just enjoy this one. Now, this is like a beautiful symphony kind of thing. This is not like the hardcore action scene stuff. It's definitely easier than trying to micromanage the bots myself. Finally, I've reset achievements a couple times over the run, which also resets the counter for mass production, but now we finally got the 20 million green chip thing. Just wait a little bit to see if no biters spawn. The problem with rare bots is they can fly for so long until they need to recharge. But when they then start recharging at the end, it takes quite a while for each bot to recharge. It also recharges 3 times as long. So they don't fly faster. Not really. If you have robots in a line, a normal bot will keep up with the legendary one. Because the legendary one will have to charge 5 times as long when it eventually does need to charge. I suppose one more repair pack loop, we can do it right now then as well. That might have been a mistake. The thing is, if I retreat from the roboport and I have missed a nest or do something wrong, I cannot run away with all my stuff because the roboports are there on the land. I think I should do this myself. I don't know if this makes sense. I either gotta get better or at it, or like doing this more fluid. Doing this more fluidly. Yeah, higher quality robots do speed up the charging. Not as much as personal robots though. These get extra charge ports as well as a quicker charge speed. So I've got now 4 times 1.6 megawatts instead of 2 times 1.0, which is actually faster than a standard Mark II roboport does it. Roboports though, they only get quicker charging speed without increasing the charge ports. So they are better, but not that much better. Let's not stand here while I look at the map. Okay, bot frames are done. 10 rare ones, 290 common ones. About as expected, an average result here. Looks like we did not need all of this. Zero charge, right. Not everything is repaired actually. I really love the bot patterns too, man. They're one of the best things of this game. Repair complete. Pick up everything. Nice. Away with the repair packs. Landfill more. Alright. I think these nests are... I think I have to expand my combat stuff. We gotta make like a lot more laser turrets, and then I can just... I will have to fight like pretty big battles at some point. I can just surround everything which is sort of connected, then put robots in between, and then just put like 4,000 walls in a chest and just let the bots do everything over time, and I continue with the next fight while the bots place all the walls. Something like that would be a pretty decent technique to speed things up, I think. Like this could be a double fight. There's an expansion behind it as well, which we'll probably take on. Sure, let's still do this fight with my own bots, since we're gonna do this from my armor. This looks like one which probably works better when prepared a bit, so let's try. Power line has got to be placed like so. I think that we can go around the lake then pretty easily. We come in from here. It's a little bit of a thin line to come in. I didn't check if I had power, or if I stowed away the repair packs. That's enough for this side of the lake. Holy moly! Run away! Ooh. I did not want to risk walking past these guys, but that might actually be safer. I think we're gonna trigger those guys as well though, so we better maybe build like a line here as well. Green is not the best color for this Roboport stuff. Kinda hides the acid, like this spot over there. I just try to inch forward through the chaos. Let's get those worms in the back here first. That's probably a laser turret, which is fine. Okay, there's a bot as well. Right here. So these guys, yeah, these worms are sniping a lot of turrets. That is the main problem with the behemoth worms. So I'm gonna lose a couple more bots here, I feel. Fly, bots, fly. The power is good. I still got the turrets to continue, so let's try to do so. Try to snipe that behemoth worm, come on. As long as he fires at that far away turret, we're good. The shooting speed helps, the damage is still abysmal. I cannot really get to there. Let's wall up these guys and retreat. Where's the spit? Alright. Successful expansion. We'll just do this from our armor again. I think we can get away with that. It's not such a big nest. My inventory management battles are legendary. I just cannot stop organizing stuff into chests and hand feeding stuff, and I have all kinds of weird inventory tricks, man. Thanks Birgenwirt Scholar for the 12 months full year of subscriptions. 1 year of redirecting Jeff Bezos' money. Thank you for all the content. Thank you. Right, I'm pretty sure I didn't do all the nests yet. Let's not actually walk through the biter nest while there are still no biters spawning, and I will be the first thing they see when they emerge from their nest. That is not going to be great. It's good that the biters don't care about flying bots. The worms do though. But the biters don't care. Okay, we're below. We went deep. I think it's the first time going under 50. Thanks Valties as well for the half year. Always look forward to these streams every week. Thanks. I try to stream indeed on that regular interval so people know when I stream. Instead of just randomly popping up and off. Makes it easier to follow along. I am getting a bit careless here with trying to optimize bot energy behavior at the cost of safety. And I wonder how long this is going to be viable to just keep doing it like such. Again, walking around without the view on asset with the green overlay. Everything is green, man. Headbars are green, the grass is green, the asset is green, the bot overlay is green. It's kinda hard. Okay, let's check if we are not happily fighting our way here in an area where it doesn't matter. Well, pollution is getting on biters elsewhere. It looks like we are okay. Let's plop that expansion down there as well. Still have turrets. We're going to be putting down damage turrets, I suppose. Let's spend those. Right, so if I just come down, I think I can save my bots if I just come down like so, one at a time. Oh, there's another behemoth worm. I missed that one. Okay, they're fighting a turret far away now. Let's fly in massively. God, those are so sturdy, man. Now all my turrets are distracted. Behemoths are flying in. It's not a trivial task, man, this behemoth stuff. The nests are not quite as close together that they are continuous, so at least that is something which is to my advantage. I've got an idea. Maybe I should first, you know, throw some walls around these guys before I remove all the turrets. That might be a good idea. Right, I think we've got another one down. Time for mass deconstruction. How is power? Bad. Oh, this is a giant field. How did the run even make it this far? Well, I tell you, the first 90 hours, we are 240 hours in, so almost half of the run. We basically did not make any base progress, not really. Red and green signs a little bit, but no research because we had other things to do. And we couldn't afford to go into behemoth biters just yet, so that is how 90 hours of doing nothing, really. In terms of progress. 90 hours of map management and manipulating mechanics before actually starting to do any base related stuff. And most of that is due to biter expansion. Biter expansion is just such a pain in the behind. Should have played Railworld. Still remember one of the comments about a lot about biter expansion, blah blah, and then one person said, I just play Railworld. Valid. On Railworld, biter expansion is turned off by default. So that would have been an easier choice. Let's retreat from one way back to the other, so I don't surprise myself with a behemoth party. Yeah, no biter expansion is a really nice option to play around with. You still have the biters, they are still aggressive, you still cannot just pollute them, you still need to deal with them, but they don't make new bases, and that is just such a major difference. It's an enormous difference. That they don't go into areas which you thought were safe, but now suddenly are not safe. Like if they settle right in your pollution cloud and the first attack timer is a high value, then they basically settle in there, amass a giant attack group out of nothing while you still think you're safe, and then just attack your base in a massive attack. That is painful. I know a lot of people play without biters. If you play with biters, but you aren't sure you really want to, I would say switch off biter expansion, and that will make the whole experience a lot less painful. But of course, we are doing challenge runs, blah blah blah, so we have to go default settings, I feel. Let's use the other armor, so at least this charges up again. Where do we need to go now? Should we try taking on this guy? That is a massive pain in the behind. And then these expansion islands, and then just push in further from this side. I should probably pick up my uncommon bots then. Yeah, since it's a lot easier to keep your pollution cloud free of biters than it is to deal with biter attacks on your base, at least in the early game. Once you get flamethrowers, it kind of changes a bit. So it's much better to proactively clear out the biters. Now we cannot clear them out, but we can neutralize them in a different way. That's much easier than to actually try and defend your base from attacks from everywhere. The main problem is basically people just wait too long until they start doing something about defense. You gotta prioritize it a little bit. The harder map setting you play, the more you gotta prioritize it, but I see most people ignoring it. And then when the biter attacks start coming, they start coming pretty fast, they're not ready for it, and then it just starts being very annoying and painful. More so than it really needs to be. I need to also decide what we're gonna do with research now. Can no longer postpone it. Laser damage 3 and 4 is 700k total. That is probably necessary. Is it necessary to deal with the behemoths? I don't know. I would think so. How is iron doing? Okay, we're definitely amassing iron again. 36k in the bank. There's the Johnnies. Let's walk around. Okay, I forgot to repair the stuff. Suppose it's fine. More garbage. We're gonna amass tons and tons of garbage now. I left walls down there, so I don't need to take new ones of those. I just need to make my bots. That is very fast. We can actually roll for quality bots with those quality bot frames as well, which I probably should do. How many stacks do I have? Like 6? Quality construction bots. Double chance. Need some Mark II chips. Can cannot believe I still didn't upgrade these to rare quality. Let's do that in the meantime. We're getting some quality replacements. Let's charge that guy up. Alright, there we go. That should speed things up on the faster recipes. Also not forget to drop the engines now. I don't think I'm gonna make more at the moment. Alright, technically we don't need to make decent quality assembles because we cannot go above rare quality anyway. But you know, we might as well. I don't have green chips though, so I need to walk down here anyway. Alright, I got more than the 4 stacks already, so that's nice. I guess I'll leave those guys here. Just keep the 4 stacks and then these for quality. I have to throw those into chests as well, I think. Or those guys will fly out probably. Let's see which guys will fly out when I do something. Alright, it is the rare ones. Probably because they are at the bottom of my inventory. Okay, so I do not really need to clear that out. Actually, I could spend this iron, which I'm building up now. So the reason this is not going full speed is green signs. I am not prioritizing the belt per se, because if I prioritize it, then just one of these gets blocked off completely, and I want to like feed into every lane a little bit. The other half is going up to my base though. So if I just output priority to signs, then I technically can extend this belt over here and input priority from this side. Yeah, just flip those around. And now we are consuming this belt over here. Before consuming the actual belts of iron that get smelted there. And now this belt should be moving all the time. And it is, alright. So let's keep an eye on this then. We are 38k. See if it goes up or down. This probably is gonna go down now. So we'll check that out in a bit. Let's save here. We gotta think about what we're gonna do next. Damage. Laser damage 2 almost in. Alright, so the original plan was get damage 3 and 4. That is another 30 and 40% extra laser bonus damage. The base laser damage is 20, so that's 14 damage per shot extra. This is going to give me 20. The laser currently does 24 damage. It will be doing 28 damage with this upgrade. We could get it to 42 damage. That is almost double what it's doing now with the other damage upgrades. 28 to 42 is... You could get like 50% more DPS on the turrets by researching damage 3 and 4 compared to damage 2. From 28 to 42 damage. Is that gonna make the difference between being able to take on behemoth biter nests or not? There's gonna probably be a major difference. The thing is, it's not just a 50% DPS increase, it's probably also at least a 50% damage and destroy reduction for laser turrets. Basically, if there's 10 behemoth worms, those are going to be shooting back at me before I can even shoot them. So by the time, if I do the upgrades, and I can already take out 5 worms by the time the unupgraded laser turrets take out 2 or 3 worms. And all the time those extra worms are shooting at me and destroying more laser turrets. So the effect is probably significantly larger than 50% in terms of like combat advantage. And being able, the limit of what we can do is probably at least 100% more than what we can do with just 2 damage upgrades. We're finally back to 1k SPM, 1001. Do I really need to hurry up with that though? The thing, I think yes. The problem is, how many copper do I got? I gotta protect that pollution as well. If I mine this, that's gonna add to the existing pollution of the steel mines. That's gonna pollute this area here. And I've hardly cracked the surface in terms of technologies we need to research. I know we did 1 million for the rocket silo, but we need 1.5 million to get a planet. Then we need to go to that planet while the Novice base keeps doing stuff. We're gonna be on that planet for 20 hours, so the Novice base needs to have ore for 20 hours while researching another planet, for instance. Especially if we also want these science packs, technologies. We're gonna need so many resources still before we can actually get stuff the other way. I think it's a necessary investment to make, because we're gonna need to clear out. We're gonna need to clear out a lot of biters still. I probably should then, if I go for those damage upgrades, I should probably stop fighting biters and actually prepare for other stuff, like preparing the purple signs, for instance. I cannot actually make purple signs yet, but I can make the required amount of furnaces and productivity modules, etc. for my steel and red chip reserves. And then when these technologies are complete, I will be prepared to do the purple science researches. I will have my mining drills built, maybe not switched on, but built already, hooked up to the base. Then when these technologies complete, I can fight more biters. Not fight more biters now, and then when this actually completes, I figure that I have to do all the other stuff. That is the wrong way around. The thing is, should I just first slot in like a railway so I can at least, and purple science itself, maybe I can already make those. But then if we go for that, should I make Mark II productivity modules first, because these boys are expensive. And if I want Mark II productivity, oh man, this is such a difficult playthrough. Those are right there for the taking, only 200k. Quality not quite yet though. If it was 200k, I would grab those straight away. Those are basically double as good as Mark I quality modules. Well, these are only a little bit better than what I have now. Still a couple rare ones of those in... a couple of rare modules in purple science would go a long way in reducing the costs. I gotta get the rare quality though. I can already get 6% productivity bonus with these ones, the rare ones. And these are quite a bit more expensive, so I don't really want to go up to 7. I gotta go up to 9. Which means either I have to invest in blue chips, or I gotta gamble to get the rare quality. think that might be a good purpose for all my stashes of green and red chips. I could just try to make quality blue chips from those. Man, it's just such a waste to do that before Mark II quality though. We're gonna get double the quality results if I can put the upgraded quality modules in here. And I don't really have a lot of purpose for the blue chips that are uncommon. Is that even worth it then? 9% instead of 6%. How many purple science assemblies will I even need? A lot of them actually. Because of no beacons. Those are hidden behind purple signs. Artillery is another order of magnitude more than what I already think. Will you make purple and yellow signs on Northeast? I haven't decided still. I mean, especially purple signs on Vulcanus sounds really good since that is really iron and steel heavy, and that's basically free on Vulcanus. And you get tons and tons of calcite on Vulcanus to actually make that. Way more than you need compared to the other resources. So it very much makes sense to make at least purple signs on Vulcanus. Yellow signs would really benefit from EM plants a lot, I feel. Although it also has low density structures, which are also great on Vulcanus. The problem is you need a lot of oil for both utility signs and purple signs as well. But especially for yellow signs, you need a lot of oil, and oil is a bit of a problem on Vulcanus. Since you only got the simple coal liquefaction to work with, and coal you also need for the science pack on Vulcanus, and you don't really have the giant coal patches there. They're all kind of small, I think. Yeah, it's a good question. Question is, do I want to traverse into setting up some purple sign stuff? Or am I gonna keep fighting a bit? I mean, if I'm indecisive, I can always just research thrusters. It's on the way. It doesn't do anything for me though, thrusters. So then I would better be off just keep researching the damage upgrades. 5 hours, 6 hours. That's 11 hours of damage upgrades. I think I'll throw in the purple signs. We'll do a bit of fighting. This researches, we can do purple sign setup. That will take some time. We can then research more of this. Then that is finished. And then we can research space platform and the planet while we do combat with the upgraded lasers. I think it's gotta be something like that. Yeah, thrusters for last. Thrusters doesn't have a purpose. It's only like basically thrusters and the planet is one technology which costs 1.5 million. I gotta consider it like that. Yeah, I did revert the nuclear thing. It just wouldn't make the game very interesting. I would just keep on creeping biters until like for 500 more hours or something, and then go to the other planets. I basically wanted to prove I can take on the biggest and baddest of nests and only then leave the planet. I suppose then I should go for laser damage 4. Is this a requirement? It is a requirement if I want to do science, but if I want to do just like a bit of quality gambling, we don't really need to get elevated railway. Still though, I guess it would be good to unlock the science packs at least. I don't know. Everything just takes so long, man. Everything just takes too long. Should I just first do productivity module Mark 2? Can throw those into the asteroid crushers as well, which will increase free iron from space by maybe even more than I have the furnaces set up for. So I was not planning to do this. Or are we just gonna go hard off of the planet? I cannot decide today, I don't know what's going on. Is that today problem? It's probably not a today problem. I will need the beacons to do the science packs though on the other planets. They will be nice in general to have. On Vulcanus, for sure, you can get away without elevated rails. Just snake the belt through the lava. Gleba is just a couple steps too far. We can only go up like 1 or 2 steps at a time. We cannot just skip 5 steps and try to get the biolabs on Gleba. First of all, we would die to the enemies on Gleba because the evolution is not 1/1000 of a time. That is just normal speed. So before we can get anything done on Gleba, we'll have big stompers invading our base, and we have like damage 2 yellow ammo to defend it or something. So that's not gonna work. We need to have the means to actually sustain ourselves on Gleba, assert dominance before we can go biolab stuff. I don't even know where it is. There's too many steps ahead. Should have thought of it ahead of time. The thing is, I just did not do enough testing on other planets to see what is actually feasible and what not, so that is now why I'm a little bit stuck here. Alright, I do know productivity module 2s are gonna be required to do any kind of science, as well as beacons, so let's go purple science first then. We'll go purple science first. We can get like elevated railways and beacons on the way as well, with that purple science. Beacons for sure, elevated railways maybe. I think if I unlock the modules and the beacon, which is purple science. This I need to set up on Northeast. This is set up. This I can just research now. But this I need to specifically set up before leaving the planet. So let's work on that at least. Elevated railways. We'll see how well this goes. If this goes well, we can do this as well in the same way. I think we can do without it though for the start. Just island hop around a bit, a couple, like a small modular base which can produce quality stuff. Take the good quality modules, recycle the rest away, and hop to the next island when the scrap is finished. I think we can do that. We only need to design the base once. Cliffs are a thing, but if the base is small enough, that won't really matter too much. We can move some stuff around. We have bots to build it after it's designed. and bots to move it around, so that should be okay. This is a minimum. Speed would be nice to have. Efficiency probably. This is good on Gleba to decrease the consumption of the nutrients in the biochambers, I think. But for the rest, it doesn't really have any purpose. Let's go purple signs first. I think that is the way to go forward. It would be so good to have these assembles as well, but that is way too much. Without a real setup. Could also get some other things like circuit network, maybe the car. To travel around on Fulgora, for instance. I have a running armor, but solar power is weak on Fulgora, like 20% I think. So I cannot just spend my battery on the running armor. I'm just gonna run out of battery and it's gonna take an eternity to charge that back up again. We'll see. Also, it would be nice to have tool belt on Fulgora if we are putting in some technologies which we don't really need anyway to do the early inventory shenanigans, especially with quality scrap recycling. We're gonna have 36 different results to take care of. Yeah. Okay, let's just leave this in the queue for now. This and this. That's 3 more hours. So let's do that. Oh god, is this the right decision? Purple signs first. I think, yes, nuking the biter bases with reactors. I think we tested that a couple months ago. If a player entity destroys a biter base, that will invalidate the achievement. No matter what Dosh says in his chainsaw video. Workplace accident, yeah. Still haven't spent a single space science. Alright. Do we do productivity module first then to watch space science in action? Yes or no? I want yeses and nos in chat. First productivity module or do the sensible thing? I think this is the sensible thing. Got 1 yes. 1 yes, again 0 no's. Your vote matters. Do trusters? No. We're not ready for trusters. Yes, 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 no, no, yes. Oh god, go for it, no. There are a couple no's, but looks like mostly yes. Why not build the chainsaw? It's not gonna work. If you learned anything from Doshington's video, is that building a chainsaw is a horrifically bad idea to defend your base. That is what you should take away from that video. Not that it's a viable idea. Alright, democracy. Well, I suppose we'll watch space science activate then in 2 minutes. We should start getting less iron from space. Because some of the iron is going to get spent. Let me then flip around these things again. If we get to 160k iron stored up, we will prioritize that again. But I think now we're gonna go down a bit. We were down to 37k. Okay, but this was pretty much not very long ago. Well, the labs won't look any different. Actually, they will. The labs will have a weird inserter pattern going on for a little bit. So I'm just gonna stand here for a bit. I already wasted your time enough anyway with the all insecure or indecision about what to do next, so we can stand here for a little bit more. Why not make a chainsaw around your whole base just for fun? First of all, I don't have railway. And you guys just forced me to research Productivity Module Mark II instead of railway, so that is not going to happen anytime soon. Second of all, did you watch Josh's video? that should answer your questions about why not to make a chainsaw. First of all, it won't do anything because I'm not polluting any biters, so it will just waste fuel. First of all, I don't do fun. Thank you. Yeah, infinite iron is way better than I expected it to be. Infinite iron from space. Like, I'm already, like, I have 2 platforms up of modest size, I would say. I invested 300,000 iron in the platforms. I've already earned that back for sure. You can check that out. But not right now, because the tag is about to complete. 15 seconds. I got time to save for editing, Mike. Finally, I think about this guy. Chat says protmod 2 first sucks to be me. First space C tag. Just so I remember to complain about you guys when I do the edit in 6 months when I'm caught up. Is Productivity Module Mark II a 30-second technology? Kinda looks like this. And we're not gonna have weird inserter patterns, I don't think. Because we're coming... we don't have the nice inserters pattern stuff because we are coming off a 30-second technology already. So the labs are already messed up anyway. Well... this should be switching on then. Pretty soon the first space signs should be ejected. And as that happens, we will start to produce space signs over here. Yeah, there's not a lot of iron on these belts. Alright, that's iron. Any moment now. This run is now longer than the entire 10,000 signs per minute playthrough. Holy moly! Well, at least we got to space. Those of you who don't know, I built a 10,000 signs per minute mega base in Factorio 1.1 on stream before this playthrough, with the same surgical precision of 1k SPM as we're doing now, except it was 10,080 because that worked with the science assembly ratio. We are making progress. I thought it was stuck for a moment. I'm pretty sure I will miss the moment if I look what's going on Norvis. I can just cheat. Let me just cheat. I'll just... up there, the space science, there flies. Space science is activating. Right, it's starting to flow out, finally. got the balancer here to keep it backed up, so that should be good. So yeah, basically what's happening is all the space science packs started at the same time. They were all full, so all these science packs have different consumption rates from lab to lab. But space science was all exactly the same no matter which lab you click. So they get like bulk inserted for a while. Probably gonna lead to a little bit of swings on the science per minute O-meter as well. I think that it's fine. Alright, let's actually check, because it looked like there was not as much iron on the belt as I thought there would be. This was the backlog of asteroids, which we smelted away, so that's okay. 10 minutes, about 2.5k, that's as expected. We are starting to make space science now as well though. That has just started. We'll go up to 1k SPM as soon as all these belts empty out. And there will be space for these assemblers to output again. This should be exactly fast enough to keep up, so I think we tested. No, we didn't test that. This is the test. This is the test. I think I have to make these guys at least insert, just like iron, over 10 stacks. This is not right. I need to make him insert over 10 stacks to trigger the automatic deployment. So let's just do 2000. They don't get shot down because there's still 2.3k science in there. 2.2k. 0.1k. Eventually that should stabilize, right? I mean, there is no real overproduction on here. There goes the space science. Or what? Was that space science? I'm a bit confused how this works, really. $1.5k, I'm requesting 2k. Oh, there it goes, alright. Okay, so if that is not really as instant as I think, maybe I should, this is like 2 minutes worth of science production. 1 minute is already almost gone. This should never run out, because that breaks the loop. 1700. So yeah, let's request a bit more. We can afford to request 10k, I suppose. That's 2k per line. I got to keep space for other science packs as well. Maybe let's do 8k. 4 lines per science pack. That should be okay. So at least this should switch on then. And keep being on. There's already again 2k in there. It should shoot up now. As soon as there's 2k in there, poof, there it's gone. Alright, that is good. That is how we want it. These insert 3.9k iron. So maybe I should actually tune this down a bit as well. The inventory slots, and then we can do like we can amass like 4k space science. We'll go 1 inventory slot more. I guess a stack is 200, so 20.5 stack. So we hit that like the threshold of 2 times this orbital drop slot capacity. I think that's good to have. Alright. This is now going on continuously. Are we actually producing space science now then? I think we should be getting up to 1k SPM space science pretty soon. Once all these assemblers are running continuously. Upgraded to red belt here because this is the point where you can see this guy is still waiting as the backlog clears out. So here we had to go to red belt. We are fast enough. It is not backed up here. This guy can output his sign, so this is fast enough. That is okay. This guy still has 2 cycles to go, so hopefully we'll have time to output the signs every time. I think we just check back in a little just to see. It's still going up. We need I forgot what I designed it around. It should be slightly over 907 to keep up with the other science packs. So we'll have to check back over a larger interval once it stabilizes. So and we finally get some iron consumption on the platform as well. 360-ish plates. So those are not going to be sent back down to Northeast now, but that's fine. This guy should just be producing iron all the time, really. Let's check if this guy is up to speed. Okay, this guy is up to speed. 0.6k. Probably a little bit of backlog of asteroids from the belts that were not connected yet. Yeah, it's looking good. Man, iron from space definitely is powerful. So in that case, we are gonna be doing some fighting until this unlocks. Then we're gonna be doing some setting up for this. Basically what needs to happen is we need to collect steel and red chips during the research of railway. It's gonna be an hour, an extra hour. Of 900 steel per minute approximately. There's actually 75 minutes to research a railway. So we'll get an extra 67k steel. I think we'll have enough. We've got 572k in here now. So that would be enough for elevated railways already. But we're gonna do beacons first, I suppose. The productivity module 2 is gonna get slightly cheaper as well to make this. Instead of... We're gonna have 18% productivity bonus instead of 12. That's actually a pretty sizable difference. It's probably a good destination for my first rare blue chips. How many do I have? 207. This is not great. Something though. Am I about to gridlock again? No, not quite yet. And we can do the fighting. Alright, so let's finish up clearing that area then. We got our damage upgrade now. So I think we should be able to run anything that is not a massive nest of behemoth worms. I think we should be able to deal with that. So we can push out pretty far. This is only good for making rare bots, really. I spent all my uncommon. So we'll see how many of those die. Alright. I don't need anything else, I think. What is the ship? It's not a ship, but yeah, it's just a platform. The size is calibrated to bring in 1k space signs per minute. We're actually running out of petroleum gas quickly now. Maybe I should sneak in rail. Once I do railway, that will go up quite fast again. Do I have enough gas to finish this technology before going for railway, which is next? Let me check. We are consuming 351k while producing 304k. Are we still producing rocket fuel or no? No, rocket fuel is idle. Alright, so this is all full. So these are the actual production and consumption rates. 35.1, 34. Okay, so it's less than 5k per minute. Let's assume 5k per minute. This stack takes 3 more hours to complete. 185 minutes times 5k deficit means we need at least 925,000 petroleum gas in the tank. I think we still have that. Yeah, 1.7 million. Okay, so we're gonna deplete half of that. Actually, okay, there is a problem. And believe it or not, the problem is fluid mechanics in Factorio. You saw there were no more fluid mechanics in Factorio. Well, you are wrong. There are still fluid mechanics in Factorio. The problem is if an inventory is... A pump speed is tied to how full in percent the inventory is. So if this gets very empty, maybe it's already going on. If this is very full, the pumps will have trouble to pump this in there, even though there is space. That's why I have 3 pumps over here. Now we're gonna see the other way around. It's not yet happening. It's happening a little bit. You can see there's space in this tank. But this guy is not filling it up. Despite being able to pump 1200 a second, he pumps only 585 a second. That's directly tied to this inventory being only like 16% full. The less full this guy is, the slower he pumps. Can I just rotate this out of the way? Now you can see the pump speed drop. Drops, because this thing is less and less full. Let's put it back. That means at some point this pump is just not gonna pump enough petroleum gas in the pipe to sustain science, despite me still having like 1 million petroleum gas in here. So basically I gotta do the same trick for this side as well. Pump out more. And let's actually compare. Are you kidding me? We have one power line which I don't need here. Kinda do, but that's a nice looking power line. That power line, there is a power line right there which we don't need. It's just for the mouse over. Suppose we can do the mouse over there. Right. There is nothing to mouse over anyway, that production line has finished. So I'm gonna do a quad pump out, I suppose. Okay, let's check the volume, how full is this tank. 22,560. It will hover at about this level. $22,600. Alright, $22,600. It oscillates a bit. To 22.5 and 22.6. Right, here's fluid mechanics in Factorio. first. Try to interrupt that as little as possible. Oh god. Okay, now that's gonna take a while to get back up there. Oh, we can still remember though, 22.5. But when I connect these pumps, now all of them are pumping. All of them are pumping just a little bit because the reservoir is empty, but now this thing will fill up pretty quickly. There you got it. Fluid mechanics in Factorio is still a thing. This thing is now like 600 units under full. So that can definitely F me over. So probably good that we caught that in time. Yeah, I suppose I should have saved first, but probably easy to replicate. Fluid mechanics in my Factorio 2.0 still exists. Now it's just annoying in a different way. Prioritize pumping the gas to the block where you pump it out. I kinda like though being able to see how much is in there by just hovering over any tank. I think this will serve me well for the time being. Why buffer so much crude? Because oil jacks do not deplete like mining drills, and infinite minimum production levels are a thing. So basically, whenever I'm not researching a technology which requires oil, like railway, I want this to fill up with my free infinite oil sources, which are located in different places along the map. This one has reached minimum. It won't deplete anymore, so this is just going to keep pumping all the time. Most of them have speed modules. This one didn't because it was close to polluting biters. I probably should speed module that up then, but oh well. So I'm not using oil from my good fields here. You can see this field I labeled a long time ago, 3587%. It still has 3587%. We are not using it because we are prioritizing the free infinite oil above all else. Yeah, basically. Actually, that makes me think. How is this one doing? 26, 404. Okay, this one has actually reached minimum infinite production state as well, I think. It's been ages since I adjusted that. Yeah, this is the minimum I calculated. 405, it's 404. Okay, this is also infinite production now. So this should be pumping all the time. I suppose it is pumping all the time since we're under 10k in the tank, but I should just simply switch this off completely now. This has become an infinite minimum production oil source. So this one should pump all the time now as well. 404 and 26, that's 430%. How did I label the other ones? Suppose I can count these together. 21, 56, and it went down to 430. Alright, so this is infinite. It has now reached infinite state, so let's no longer give it anything. That's the green symbol. Let's just have the belt symbol. We don't have a special symbol for that apparently. So that's minimum. The second priority oil field was 2360%. It's now 976. It's not yet on infinite minimum. That is 501% approximately. But it has declined to 976. And once this one reaches minimum, this is also going to be priority oil. And that way I'll have more and more and more infinite minimum sources across the map, which will be a larger and larger portion of the oil I actually need. So I'll be using less and less of the actually good oil sources. So when I will finally start needing oil with yellow and purple signs, for instance, I still have some good sources left to pump from at least. That is the whole idea behind it. We've been storing up oil from the early game like this. So basically what is happening is the infinite production keeps pumping all the time, and the ones which are declining are just active if oil storage is less than 8k, and once it's over 8k it switches off. So if I stop using oil, I have a lot of space in these tanks to pump in infinite free oil, and then when I start researching oil techs again, that will first deplete all the way back down to 8k before I start using good oil again, so to say. That is the philosophy behind that there. It's actually like iron from space in this sense at the moment, with the asteroids. The asteroids just spawn indefinitely. This is just like free iron production. It will always continue without you having to invest anything. It will never run out, it will never decline, it will always be producing. So we want to be consuming this first. It's actually a good sign that science reserves are not going up. That means production actually should be close to 1k. Okay, 10-minute average says 912. I think it was, yeah, designed 912, 913, something like that. 5 science packs per minute more than the Norvese science packs do. So unless we run out of asteroids in a really big wave of shortage, which declines this entire stack of oxidic and carbonic asteroids, which is not going to happen realistically, we will be sustaining that production. Alright, nice. Time to do some more laser stuff. Alright, I fight my chest with walls. I'm gonna take one for now. Let's try first fighting those behemoth worm expansions with the uncommon bots, which means I'll stash my rare bots away. And then I probably, just for safety, I should stamp at least a little bit of defense around here in case some weird shenanigans happen. You never know. Something that can handle at least like a group of behemoth. If 20 behemoths expand in an expansion group, I want to be able to withstand that. Yeah, we're gonna go maybe not for Norvese. I'm not gonna change blue signs or anything, because that is all perfectly fine-tuned and not too expensive compared to the later science packs. But on the other planets, Vulcan science is going to be limited by how much tungsten I get, so I want to make the most out of that. Which means productivity modules, but that means everything slows down, which means beacons are needed to speed that back up. Or I need 10 times the machinery with 10 times the amount of super expensive rare quality productivity modules, so it's gotta be beacons then, logically. Okay, what is the lay of the land here? So Biter's not really too much of a problem. It's mostly gonna be the worms. There's a big worm here. Okay, that's not a dangerous nest. Here's one behemoth worm. There's only one behemoth worm in these first 3. That's not a lot. There's a chunk border. Can I stop the raider in here? See a little bit more. Okay, here's a ton of behemoth worms without any nests. These look like a lot of... and here's behemoth as well. A lot of early game expansions really. So we should not face too much troubles. Which is good because we're gonna be trying something new with the uncommon bots. That should probably tell me I need to save. Uncommon bots for expansion. Basically exposable bots for enemy expansion, because I expect we're gonna be losing them a bit more quickly. Alright, I gotta have some distraction for the worms. Probably maybe here. Is that enough distraction? Is that on range? This for one of them. There was only one behemoth worm there, so we can go in now. Gotta stay away from those spitters, man. Just let the bots fly out. We have now got exposable bots. Exposable? Disposable. Okay, we are triggering biters from other nests as well. 5. That's basically the behemoth worm doing is look at that hit points, man. It's taking forever despite the damage upgrades. And that is just one of them. In an expansion. Man, those things are sturdy. Don't walk through that, that's instant death. Maybe I should invest into shields, I don't know. Okay, these guys are actually pretty close by. Let's okay, that was bots. Big worm in there. Not enough firepower, Mike. Not a great flight path. Is there acid here? I hope that's dissipated. I gotta be careful to not run into an expansion as I'm doing this. So far so good. I see another expansion group that never expanded. This is an expansion group that never expanded. It means there must be one guy stuck in the tree somewhere. It is this guy. This guy is part of the expansion group. These guys are waiting for that guy to join so they can start their expansion shenanigans. But they've waited so long that a different biter expansion group came by. There's a lot of behemoths, by the way. And settled the place for them. That's funny. Yeah, sometimes expansions fail in weird ways like that. I do have walls on me, so let's just first do the ones far away. Okay, let's check if these bots charge up when they come back. Okay, not on this distance. Oh, yeah, they do. Okay, they do much quicker than the uncommon bots. So I will be killing my battery with these guys much faster. But since we're only doing expansions, it should not be too much of an issue. Wait, there's another biter base right here. I could die any moment here. Let's get away from this nest. And let's wait, that could cut the entire connection. Yeah, it's much harder to get that energy-free stuff going. The range is much shorter. I do hope that doesn't get nerfed though. That is pretty fun to abuse. Yeah, turret crawling is back with a vengeance. That is definitely the case right now. We are after more copper mainly. So I don't really need to push out this direction much further, to be honest. Let's just clear out this forest part here. This one, this one, this one. And we'll go this way to actually claim the copper instead of just going out. Let's just continue without fear. That connects. Okay, there comes the biters. Oh, that's... I think I just gotta break the pattern a bit. Just go in here. The biggest threat actually is just acid on the floor at the moment. Here we got a lot of behemoth biters. That's gonna be a big first impact, so I probably wanna build myself a little bit of a cushion for those all trigger. Like right now. Alright, initial forces down. Now I just go in with a lot of turrets. Man, 4 levels of shooting speed and 2 levels of damage upgrade, and it's taking forever to take him down. We're triggering those guys. This guy thinks a tree's in the way or something. We were gonna leave that guy alone. Yeah, you take out those trees. Oh wait. That's a worm expansion. No behemoths in there though. Just big ones. Alright. I think we're ready to start plopping down some walls again. I might want to build myself a little bit of a distraction. Just gonna destroy the coal rock. Right, so far so good. We should, yeah, the biter expansion group is gone as well. Does not really make sense to go much further at the moment. So I think we are ready to start retreating. Could use my good bots for the retreating actually. That would not be a bad thing to have. Can I just stuff my good bots in the trash slots when I do this kind of stuff? I might be able to do that. So I can do my energy-free retreat. Did I research 2 levels of bot speed? I think I did, right? Yeah, I got that. The next one is yellow. And rightfully so, because bot speed is really very sensitive. If you give the player too much bot speed early on, you can really do a lot of cheesy stuff with combat. When the bots are slow like this, you can see it's still possible, but it's a lot harder. Dispensable. Disposable. Exposable. Don't get me twisted up. I think it's worth it to getting plot 2 for purple signs. The main thing is the productivity modules Mark 1 are so great because they only have a 5% speed penalty. And they have a 4% productivity bonus, 6 with quality. That means despite its speed penalty, a rare quality productivity module in an assembler actually increases the output per second. The net output per second is increased despite the speed penalty. That is just crazy. You can actually see that on my blue science assemblers, I suppose. Those have rare quality speed. Okay, the recipe is way too slow to see that. So this does 2.41 gears a second with the 10% speed penalty from productivity. If we just take out the modules, the mouse over says 2.4 gears per second, and it eats up 4.8 iron instead of only 4.3. So these are a net speed increase in terms of what comes out of the machine. But as soon as you start putting productivity module Mark 2 inside, that goes the other way, even with the rare quality one. Okay, it doesn't register that these modules are inside on the mouse over. But the speed penalty is 10% and the speed boost is anywhere between 6 and 9%. So there we're gonna lose some speed. I think we gotta do like... Definitely gotta do a repair loop now. Let's first pick up everything. We're gonna have lots and lots of turrets which need repairing. It's not even all of them. 37 still to go. Let's make it a bit bigger. That's all of them. Picking up items before repairing so you can efficiently repair them. That's the whole idea. Is purple science not on the way to... Is that not a thing in the end game as well? No, you need both purple and yellow to go towards the solar system edge. All of these technologies are purple, yellow, all 3 planetary science packs, all of them. So yeah, we gotta make every science pack up to the same standard eventually. Or start buffering it relatively early. I think we're done with this arm. Since we don't have power anyway, we might as well use more solar to charge the bots. They will have back power in my legs sooner. We'll leave that behind for now. We're gonna go down here. That's a pretty tricky nest between forests, cliffs. Okay, we start getting back some power in there. Means we can use our legs again. Okay, power on there. Yeah, not too deep of gaps in the accumulator bank. How's military science doing? Yeah, still filling up. Do I want a bigger buffer? I could upgrade these to uncommon chests. I think I want to do that before it fills up. Okay, we got some big worms in here, apparently, according to my label. Just put a radar down. Those rare radars really make the difference, man. Do this kind of stuff. Okay, there's a couple biggies in there. In the bottom, not too many. Expansion behind has a big worm, but no behemoth. Behemoth is over there. This is a regular nest. There's a big one though. We don't need to go... Do we need to go that way? I think we can mine this without clearing this nest, really. Because there's some forests here. We might actually want a bit more exploration on this point, so we might leave that radar up there. Don't really see the need for any tactical preparation here, he says while saving. Just repair packs away. Do I want to use my good bots? No. Can I do this? I think I can. That will be the uncommon bots, right? Let's backline a bit back here. Yeah, uncommon bots fly out. Let's not destroy that coal rock, or I will have 47 bots fly out to pick up those individual pieces of coal. Okay, big worms coming in. Let's try to keep the bots out of reach. Try not to be targeted ourselves. There's big worms in the back as well. I think we'll just go around instead of going back. Going back is dangerous because of the spit on the ground everywhere. I think we're losing laser turrets, but that's okay. Yeah, these guys just have much bigger range than my turrets, even with the uncommon laser turrets. Alright. Definitely first want to wall off these spitters here. That is gonna trigger... that is gonna trigger these worms. So let's see if I can... I think I need to do something like this. Okay, brave bot, go ahead. Place one turret there. We will lose that. That's fine. Then once the worms are busy... Yeah, that bot got demolished. It's for a good purpose though. It saved the life of all these other bots for sure. That is some dedication from those worms. Right, turret is gone. Let's not replace it. Right, the distraction gun turret even still works. Over here. I'm not gonna leave Behemoth Do I leave these behemoth guys up? Maybe I leave them up. They're not doing anything wrong. That's gonna... I predict 152 hours from now, this is gonna kill me. Behemoth journeys are just simply not a good idea. That means we're done on this angle. Can I just get a quick, like, a quick scope of the area if I just plop some raiders in here? I think if I just plop raiders in here, this will insta-reveal. Plop, alright. That's pretty big. So I'll leave this up. That will scan a couple of nearby chunks real quick, and then I can take that down again. So we gotta kind of know what is around here a little. In the meantime, we can wall off this nest with our good bots. Yeah, I think we'll just let them fly out far. If we let them fly out so far, then it doesn't really make a difference to... Actually, some of them are not charging still, so we are making a difference. Let's try to meet them here. Alright, I kind of disconnected a lot of turrets, but it's fine. Let's just watch a little bit if something is still shooting. While we hear the behemoths, Johnny scream in the distance. I don't see any more fireworks. This will be scanned quite quickly. Meanwhile, we can start retreating. There actually is still something spawning. This one. Alright, let's hope there's nothing anymore. And I disconnected the raiders. I gotta leave some power lines up then. It's gonna be out of range. Right, we got our leg speed back. Thanks to all of these bolts not charging up. Such a nice exploit. Yeah, I can get started on Fulgora before elevated rails. I would rather unlock beacons first. So I can start... I think I want to go to Fulgora first and make a quality upcycling thing. So I can get enough of the expensive Mark II modules and rare quality beacons. Fulgora seems great for that kind of stuff. Suppose we have to do the repair loop again. That's not all of them. It's all of them. But not for power lines. I got power lines in here, that's why they not get repaired. Right. Bots, do your thing. I disconnected the radars again. That's all we need to know though. We just need to know where the nearest biters are compared to the copper mine. Specifically in which chunk this nest is in this one. And this chunk over here. There are no biters in this chunk or this chunk, which is important because pollution can then spread to here without actually polluting anything. There's not even biters in this forested chunk. All of these 3 nests are exactly in the northern chunk. So the pattern looks something like this. All these biters behave nicely. They are all in this line. This is a worm, that doesn't count. This is the closest by anyway, so it's probably all we need to know. That's the entire left side done. Let's just leave those radars up there while we go out on the left side. Okay, still 1k SPM. The space science should be producing continuously now. Yeah, 913 flat. That's great. Eating up 365 iron. This is a big nest. Where is my... I got 1 radar for that special occasion. It's almost all medium worms though, there's a couple big ones sprinkled in there. If this was all behemoth worms, that is why I need the damage upgrades. This is gonna take... You saw how long it takes to kill a single behemoth worm, right? So if we want to take on nests with this amount of behemoth worms in them, that would not go very well. That might even not go very well after we've got the damage upgrades, to be honest. I'm not really sure how this is gonna go, but this is definitely a job for the uncommon construction bots, I feel. Yeah, I start to make chicken saves again, so you can see where this is going. There's a lot of biters in there as well. So we're gonna need a solid front in the back before approaching. Better yet, another line. Hopefully I can lure... Okay, they're already lured out. Let's control Z that. One over there. That one's already shooting. Okay, that was a mistake. Bots are gonna die. Now we just go up close and personal as much as we can. I'll try to zoom out a bit so we can see something. It's a little bit iffy. Walk around the turrets. I need to keep walking around the turrets. Where there are turrets, there is deadly worm spit. Can go around now. Stay away, these bots are Gonna be very power hungry once I'm done with this loop, that is for sure. Just gotta go all the way around now. I think I want to fully enclose this nest. This is a big one. Even if just for the purpose of placing the walls, man. Walls, actually. I might not have enough to cover this entire nest here. Wait, I have a great idea. Bots. Let's let them come closer by, come closer by, come closer by. No one will hover there. Can I just do this? And freeze the bots in midair? I think I can. Nice. Alright, so if I don't want those guys to take my power, I don't even need to power the roboport. Oh god, they're taking the repair packs. Stop that. They're not stopping that. Alright. I may have messed this up with my cheap. These bots are all hovering here. That is a little bit dangerously close by. Alright. You get all the stuff then, bots. Place the rest. Maybe some power lines as well. What do you think about some power lines? Okay, that would be nice. Thank you very much. The problem is this is my... Oh no, it's the uncommon bots. Alright. So I switch off my personal robot. I suppose I can let them place the walls then as well. If I can get some coverage. They might even be able to place the robots out there. If I give them access to him. Can't you just pick them up to skip the charging when they're frozen? Actually, I probably can. It will take a while though with 200 bots to do that. I maybe should try that next time. On the flip side, I can just now charge up again. While the bots do all the placing of the walls, I hope. Let's start with the spitters. Those seem the most deadly. Power lights are again not connecting. So many power lines to connect to, and yet you connect to no single one. Okay, this one was connected. Same for this one. Alright, I guess I gotta give the bots the walls then as well. Then we just sit back and watch as the bots swarm the fields. I only did the spitter nests though. Pick up the frozen bots in 1 second using a grenade. That is not picking up. That's more like throwing down, I suppose. And the laser show is nice. Especially in the night. Another great new addition to the game, man. It's being able to switch off all the inventory, the user interface stuff, just to enjoy the beauty of the game. Control Shift F4. No clutter. Right, let's do also the biter bases. Amount of bases is starting to get out of hand a bit in terms of just doing this by hand. Am I just missing a robot, or is it just simply out of range? That's out of range, alright. Multicolored lasers. Now that would be a mod I would consider to install, not disco signs. We don't need disco signs, but we need is disco lasers. A disco laser show, that would be awesome. Anyone with actual mod making skills and you implement that, let me know. Just shoot me a message. I gotta get up and stretch, that is definitely a thing. I've been lasering biters for too long already. We are 1 hour into Prod Mod 2 now. We are securing these 2 coppers though, which is good. As well as this one. This one is already secured. I suppose we should put some mining drills on there. Ooh. I could do that now, or I could wait for Vulcanus's big mining drills. So I only need to do this once. So we gotta dismantle this nest temporarily. This is actually the old style where we just filled in everything by hand still. We can just delete everything and just redo it and then just plop the miners in the correct spaces. Just need to make sure that no belt is on a spawning space. Okay, there is that one. I think I can start picking this up. I probably should just add roboports to this list as well then. I can pick those up automatically. Chests I'll do by hand. That was a big one. How many lasers do I have active? 700 lasers around this nest. 649. Where is the rest? The rest is guarding my stuff there. I think that's enough knowledge of this area for now. Although... Are we still scanning? I think we are still scanning. Let's take the Book of Weird Measurements. Radar scan range. No, we are done scanning. They have scanned their full range. Alright. Yeah, still see spitters. I'm gonna pick up the roboports first though. Because I want to do the rest myself again. The roboports are definitely coming in handy. Not sure they are time safe, but they are something. Spitter base. Which one? There. I see something spawn there. Not that one. This one. I'm just gonna hope that's the only one. Am I crazy? Is there still something spawning? Thought I caught that from the corner of my eye. Biters are still spawning. Stretchy time, maybe make some coffee. Coffee I still have. But yeah, stretchy time. That's a good plan. I think the spawning stopped, right? If you still see something, let me know, because I'm not paying attention. Shotgun builder. You have a gun that shoots item on the coast to get them built. Look at more lightning effects at Oliver. Yay. I gotta switch off some lights as well. Alright. No cables disconnected. Somehow. Let's also grab the coffee. I'm even gonna eat a muffin, so I'll be sounding a little bit like this for a few minutes. Suppose we can start the dismantling process. Do it in tiny bits. Right, that's not very safe. This entire area is now disconnected. I'm using uncommon bots. Alright. There goes the battery. Let's switch him around. Gotta leave a little bit of power connected. Which planet next? For now, I'm thinking Volgora. Because Vulcan is just too powerful. And Volgora is something different. Not sure it's a good plan, but it's a plan. And it allows us to maybe get some rare quality stuff more easily. Especially the blue chip stuff, like recyclers. Like rare quality Mark II modules. That would be good to have. Before doing any science pack on any other planet, I think. Oh right, we didn't repair yet. There's a ton of big worms in this one. I gotta not take this too lightly. It's a small nest, but a ton of big worms that could lead to trouble. In fact, I probably want to use uncommon bots again. Attack to the south, always the most dangerous direction in Factorio. You have the least vision. Oh, there's a lot of worm firepower in this nest. That's alright, there's just some laser turrets. Those are replaceable. And that was a bunch of bots, I think. One, alright, one. The rest still laser turrets. That's actually not too bad. Yeah, that's alright. I am being targeted though, I think. Or I was at least. Alright, that probably is enough south to secure that copper, because there's a lot of forests here everywhere. Still acid, I gotta be more careful. Yeah, let's bring back the good bots. I think I'll just do it from the armor. Don't stay at the closest turret and we should be okay. Ooh, that's dangerous. Power connection stays though. Okay, let's go around. Even though it's automated with bots, man, this laser thing is still pretty time consuming. I hope that's the last of it. I'm out of walls. I got some in a chest over there, so that's not a big problem really. The power network is holding up well, so that's nice. Real quick, I just zip back then. Far away actually. I guess we'll switch out the walls for the garbage. Old Simon leaves behind a family of 4. You always you always know how to make me feel better, don't you? Alright, let's observe the nest for a little to see if we got everything. It's a bit hard to make sure of that. Oh, there's still something spawning. A biter. This one? No? Yeah, that one. Right? What do you mean, Bot Simon? He was never even an employee. I don't know a Bot Simon. I don't have any employees called Simon. He must be mixing up something. I don't know any Simons. It's not me, it's you. Somehow this tree survived. I got a lot of Jollies on the payroll, but no Simons, as far as I know. Let's give him the old repair round. So now we gotta basically figure out in which chunks these guys are. So like in this chunk. That's a that's a worm. There's a lot of big worms. That is what the triple B sign means there. So that's the closest chunks for the copper to be concerned about. This biter base actually is in this chunk, so that's also something worth noting. This expansion is over here and over here. This is all barked, so I think that's alright. Alright, that's all we need to know really. So I probably want to set up like a temporary radar. We've got some repairs to do in the field here. Which I cannot because I don't have any. Maybe a solar radar right here would be nice. I also don't have any normal power lines. And maybe we don't need vision on this. We can do this. Wait from here. Hopefully they are not gonna charge. Right on the limit, I think. Ah yeah, right on the limit. That one charged, the very last one. Alright, so that is gone. That is gone. Gone. Never need to think about that again. We have actually claimed those resources, which in the early game I thought we would be guerrilla mining. Let's go pick up those traders there as well. Yeah, we already got the landfill islands. Still 2 laser dots here. Wait, I just broke my own rule. The no base defense rule. I defended my chests over there. Rip the run. Looks like I gotta start over. This is not allowed. Kinda forgot about that. It didn't do anything, but that is not in the plan. I cannot pick all of that up though. I got to spend some more walls. We do need to spend... What am I doing? I still need to take out those biters. Zip zip, let's zip back. Rip the run though. Rip the challenge. Not this way. We need to go down. Place the base defense. It's an art installation. Let's just try to get away with that. This is like a quickie. Repair packs. There's nothing in there. We can just... No, we cannot. Let the bots fly straight in a long path while the worms are firing. Not the best of plans. Hello? It's this way. Don't attack a wall. Come on. Yeah, you can do it. Part find. Part find. He did it. Right. Now this is the last really big nest, I think. Might clear out this entire peninsula on the way. This copper... Yeah, this copper is also the reason why we came here. So we gotta take out these big guys as well. We'll save those for last. Big worms in there as well. Is it actually base defense if it never triggered? Philosophical. Good warm-up run. 240 hours. Only 10 times longer than Anti-Elite's 100% achievements default settings run. For my warm-up. Repair packs are stowed away. Do we need planning? No. Do we need crappy bots? I think better use crappy bots. Oh, that's a little bit optimistic of a entry. Yeah, there's a sizable number of big worms in there. Let's try. Okay, now they are distracted. Fill in the rest. We're gonna lose some laser turrets up there. It's unavoidable. We are deconstructing a cool rock here. Let's skip that one. We'll just go continue here. Not deconstructing coal rocks is probably a pretty good plan. I just hope that is laser turrets. I think it's only mediums left now. So I can even deconstruct these coal rocks. And that is the end of my armor's battery again. Alright. And it's getting night as well, so that is not going to be charging up anytime soon. So let's not walk into acid, because at this speed that is probably going to be fairly deadly. We should start like from the center out more. This is gonna cost the rest of my battery. Yeah, I really need to start using the Roboport method. If we are to do this on the bigger nest. Because it's not sustainable. You might say, why don't I just do the nest closer to my closer to where I'm standing then? But the problem is I'm deconstructing laser turrets and power lines, and I don't know which ones. So I might find myself standing in the middle of an unprotected area right next to a spitter base or something, and that could end very bad. It's probably better just to take the annoyance and just accept the pain of my depleted Roboports. That's probably gonna take almost every last little bit of power from them. Man, brutal. That means they are not gonna place the rest of this until they have charged back up again. So I suppose we'll do these next. These expansions, so I can charge up my battery a bit again. While I'm walking. So let's just leave this out here then. It's fine. We can try taking on the expansions here. As soon as my bots want to place something again. There's behemoth worms in there. They'll all start at the same time. I should be able to do this. I want to use the uncommon bots though. I need to use the good bots because they will immediately just drain my battery again. Let's first place the laser turrets closest to me. There we go. Be out of range, please, 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 please. Nope. Alright, that's fine. Okay, they're placing that. We're gonna lose some there. Okay, this was not the intention. They're gonna all charge up again. Not all. Did I save it? I saved it. Alright, let's change to uncommon bots then. Well, the behemoth worm wrecks my entire career. I don't even dare move with that spit around everywhere. That is a lot of laser lines everywhere. Just an expansion, man, and it's just already pretty hard. I still got lasers, we can keep going. These should be free to pipe up. Pipe up, I say, as if I'm using pipes still. I'm not standing in a good location here. It should be free, I think. Even with uncommon bots. Yeah, right. Battery's charging. Got another behemoth Johnny on the lake. I'm not gonna keep all of them. Probably we're gonna keep that one, aren't we? Okay, landfill. We do not need that blinking at us. Okay, we're not gonna have a lot of time to go in here. I have the bad bots on, so that's okay. That's kind of a hard-hitting entrance there. Now we gotta take out the worms again. A lot of firepower. That guy worries me as well. Don't do it again, bots. You betray me every time. Get in there, get in there, get in there. There's another expansion straight behind. I guess we'll waltz spawn straight through. Ooh, run away. I'm practically out of turrets now. How's power? Power is surprisingly okay. Alright, walling. Probably I should use my good bots again. It uses less power. Did I charge up? Halfway during the day. Okay, that's good. Okay, that should be it for this spawn. Then we just got a big nest left here and over there. But I will take all of this with me on the way back. Okay, these are not walled off yet. What am I doing? At least it's easy to see if you did all the nests or not. So that is something. Remember when we had to do this manually with pipes? Yeah, I don't know how I survived that, man. I guess the nests were smaller. But even this is already getting tedious now. Okay, let's go back in. Minimum charging. Back out. That's nice. Don't walk up there. That is dangerous. Another behemoth Johnny. This already walled off, so I should be able to just waltz out of here. Suppose I could get rid of these walls now. Or of these pipes, I mean. They actually gotten destroyed. Yeah, now we just pick up all of this. I think we should be charging. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting back to full. Couple bots can charge, that's fine. As long as the majority is free. Alright. We've got a couple stacks now of damaged turrets. So let's keep a large area. It's probably not even large enough. 174 turrets might be exactly large enough. There's gonna be a big repair thing. Let's make a save here. Pre-last fight repair session. So let's again deconstruct. So nice. Wait for the bots to come back so they don't charge up. Control Z, they'll place all the damage stuff. Wait for the bots to come back so they don't charge. Give them access to the repair packs. And they don't charge. And Control Y, redo. And they don't charge. And my battery is actually right now starting to charge up again. Nice. Alright. I suppose we just keep going up north here and then we take out the final boss. We will be charging up completely by that time, so switch to legs. Some speed. This one is a little bit, might be a bit more tricky than it looks, as it's wrapped around the water. No, it's actually fairly easy. Let's plan this one out though. Switch off the roboport. We do want a line here where power lines get placed. And all the worms are in range, so that's gotta be this line. It doesn't really matter where exactly, as long as it's this line. And where I'm standing, over here, alright? Maybe I don't need to start this far back. Or it's just for the orientation. Okay, we can just go in straight. Let's go this way first. I'm using my good bots, so I want to be a bit careful. Wait for the bots to return before I send them in. Laser turrets, easily replaceable. Rare bots, a bit harder. Okay, now let's go in for the massive kill. And hope for the best. That was the life of one bot. Probably Simon's brother. But funnily enough, all these worms are out of range. So I actually have the ability to start walling this. How useful is to have quality repair pack? The thinking behind it was these turrets have 1300 hit points and a normal repair pack can only repair 600 points of damage, which means if I repair those on distance, the bots will often fly out twice, once to repair one repair pack and then it comes back and another one flies out for the second half. The uncommon repair packs have double the repair durability. They repair 2 hit points per durability, so that's 1200 repair points per repair pack. Which means even if this turret is almost destroyed at let's say 150 hit points, a single bot should still be able to repair the entire turret before flying back. That's the thought behind the uncommon repair packs. Kinda weird, all the things you have to think about in this playthrough. All kinds of weird little micro strategies embedded in everywhere. It's really fun, to be honest. There's definitely things you don't think about in normal Factorio. And you don't need to think about that in normal Factorio, don't get me wrong. I have never encountered a situation where I needed to have that, because normally you have like bot cargo size at this point and they just carry 2 repair packs or 4 or whatever, and it doesn't matter, but not here. The bots still carry only 1 item for now. So yeah, that is the thinking behind it. Alright. Peaks. Behemoth Splitter action. Almost like there were 2 separate nests there. Yeah, battery is still almost full, so that's great. Let's not waste it now. Only 1 more fight left to go. That's the big boy fight. Surrounded by lakes, forests, my own belts. Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one, I think. Probably want to go all out with the uncommon bots there and just spend my entire battery and maybe switch to the Roboport to do the walling. I think that's gonna be the way to go. That's a decent bit of clearing though. It takes quite a while though. Solution's still pretty close by despite I know I'm mining here for red chips. Alright, I forgot about that. I thought it switched off now. I stopped doing the ammo stuff. The military science stuff. 128k chips left. How is the oil? 3.1k sulfuric acid. Still 1k SPM. Military science is full again, so I suppose I'll keep it as such. Iron, 78k in there. Suppose you can use circuit mechanics to read the level of iron plates in here and then set splitter priority based on how many iron plates I've got left. let's for now do this, because over 70,000 is quite a lot. I should be taking them out faster than I can send them in at this point. So we're at 77/78k. Where is that? See if this goes down over time. If we actually prioritize the output there, and we are outputting at the maximum speed possible for now. Can you set you can set filters for sure. I'm just assuming you can also set priority. I don't have circuit network researched at the moment, so I cannot really test anything. I'm gonna need to come in from the other side on that nest. This side is not great. What's going on here? A bunch of repairs apparently. That reminds me that I should probably put away my repair packs. I do have enough walls for that nest. Yeah, we do have space platforms. Let's just switch over to one. So this is the space science one. As per demand from chat, we are researching the space science technology. So it's actually active right now, and we're just sending all the extra iron to Norvis. It's actually so useful that we build a second platform which is exactly the same, safe for not having space science, just the extra iron. It just looks like not so much iron. The furnaces are like busy though, so I suppose we are. Yeah, okay. It's not a lot of iron because we are not producing 2 red belts of iron here. We are producing basically as much iron as these inserters can put into the silo here. So that's why the belts are not looking full, because we are doing like 2500 iron a minute. 2 red belts is 3600 iron a minute. So they're not supposed to be full. It just looks like something is wrong. But actually nothing is wrong. There's nothing wrong. This just solves it immediately, right? Yeah, 2.5k over 1 hour. So that is good. We also got 2.5k over the last hour. Of which some gets used for science. But it's not really not a lot. It's quite insane how that is balanced, that ice is the limiting factor here. I did look into the quality upcycling mechanics. Man, I gotta go all the way around this cliff. There's no opening. Well, let's just mark the way back then. Will I even have... okay, I've got 150 power lines left, I suppose. I will have enough to laser that base. That's a dangerous assumption. I did think about the quality stuff for late game a little bit, and I must say I really don't like the... That's a leftover. I really don't like the quality upcycling thing from the asteroid platforms. It just feels wrong to do it that way. Why am I bringing power over all the way here? I got power right there. We're doing it now, so am I gonna come in through this opening? That seems like a horrible idea. Better approach from this side. So we're gonna go around a bit further. Right, so of course it's powerful, but it also kinda defeats the purpose, not really, but it kinda breaks the entire idea of having legendary quality if you can just I feel that's an oversight from the devs to like the LDS shuffle, and it doesn't feel quite right. Legendary should be something that is achievable only for like not for everything. What is the point of having legendary quality if it is doable to obtain legendary quality everything in unlimited amounts for your entire base? Then it is no longer legendary quality. It has just become another obligatory step on the way to a mega base. If it is not too hard to get everything in legendary quality, what's the point then? You don't need to grind legendary for days. The trick is you use the asteroid reprocessing with quality modules inside, so the asteroids change into other asteroids, and you've got and they basically become the next quality, and that way you can get legendary quality asteroids, which turn into legendary iron ore, copper ore, carbon, which is coal, and then sulfur. Basically a lot of the base ingredients it can be made with legendary asteroids. There's only a couple things which you really need to make the other way. It's already a problem that you get but you get 300% productivity bonus on stuff like blue chips, low density structures, which already means you can upcycle like blue chips and low density structures. Even if you don't do the Vulcanus liquid metal way, you can upcycle those at the cost of power without losing ingredients, because you recycle everything back with 300% productivity. Recycling gets you 25% of the ingredients back, but then you can make from those 25% ingredients, you can make a full blue chip again thanks to the 300% productivity bonus. So that's already an infinite loop, which doesn't cost you extra resources, just power. But then the liquid metal thing on Vulcanus and the asteroid upcycling quality, it is just wrong. In my opinion, the crushers should not be able to accept quality modules to begin with. And I think the blue chip productivity and all the infinite productivity technologies, I don't like them. They get rid of the entire meaning of legendary quality and in a sense mega basing. Like, not to downplay the achievements, but all the videos about 1 million signs per minute base, 2 million signs per minute base, 4 million signs per minute base. There's actually just 100,000 sign specs per minute, but you get like 4,000% research productivity bonus. It's everything becomes a liquid at that point. There is no more integer amount of plates. Plates are just a liquid. The inserter speeds are so fast. It looks kind of funny. I don't know. I'm not really sure how I feel about all that. No, not really. Not my cup of tea to get the infinite cycles and the. I mean, I'm doing it now. I'm getting free iron from space. That's the beginning of the end, I suppose. But then again, this is nothing. I didn't research any, like, I didn't throw any science specs at some technology cost to generate resources from nothing. That's also not true. Mining productivity exists. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just too old and I cannot get used to all the it's just the way it is. No matter what I think about it, it's just the way it is now. So yeah. I don't think the 4 million. I watched the video by Abuk Nasty. Really impressive base, pretty cool mechanics. With the uncommon science packs, that's actually pretty cool as well. Using the uncommon quality for the science packs. I did like that. It isn't like the core mechanics behind the best way to get, basically the only good way to get legendary quality. You don't need to grind your resources away for days, just to then need to choose where you put your legendary modules in. But you just make everything legendary. It's just another step now, man. It's just another obligatory step to upcycle everything to the best quality possible. Because I had hoped it would be like an optional step, right? For only the most high, for only the most important processes you would get those, because it would just be too expensive. But it's not at all like that. I think just the technology should be scrapped completely. The where is it? Yeah, like processing unit productivity, just being able to get 300% productivity bonus on your processing units. Why? Why though? Why is that a thing? Same for like, I think there's a low density structure one as well, or is it just plastics? And then this one, the asteroid productivity, I guess that's nice to have for the Shattered Planet flight. But I think if you go high level in this one, you don't even need the reprocessing. You can just straight up crush these asteroids, and you will get 4 or 5 products per asteroid. I think 4 products per asteroid, I suppose. So, yeah. I don't know. We're not that far yet, so let's not worry about it. It is time for the final fight. Let's worry about the final fight. For now, at least. Probably not the S final, because we still haven't researched a single technology on the way during all this fighting. So we'll probably be clearing out more stuff. This is a giant base. I probably want to set up more defense before going in. F these forests. Repair packs away. I don't have infinite power lines anymore. Let's just go wide front until the biters trigger. Probably one more line. Or not. That was a distant trigger. Okay, let's just again make... I don't know why I make these legs. It does seem like the easiest way to do it. I forgot to switch to uncommon bots. No, rare bots. Don't do it. I'm committed now, I suppose. Rare bots it is. Alright. Front is set. We're gonna lose a bunch of turrets. I'm fine with that. We're just gonna go up through the forest here. Approach on all of these worms. We've only got 40 power lines left. Still have to go the other way around the lake as well. I'm stuck in the forest. I don't dare to move right now. Okay, bots are dying. I'm stuck here. I should be moving so the bots change direction ever so slightly and have a chance to get out of the way of any of that spit. That's the main reason I'm doing it myself. Okay, 2 bots, 2 laser turrets. You have to walk all the way back around. Somehow I haven't effed up my my armor just yet. Now I'm distracted into talking about the infinite productivity stuff. Alright, let's just go in here. 16 power lines left. I may have barely got enough. I'm so thankful for the remote power line connecting. At least that allows me to save this manually from far away. We just about can reach the last central worm. There's gonna be a problem with bigger nests, man. I'm not sure yet how I'm gonna do that. Like, the behemoth worms, if they are unreachable in the center, they are definitely gonna be shooting all my laser turrets with these. Alright, I think this is a great candidate. To do this with bots. Man, there's a lot of fallen trees here. I can hardly move around. Alright, Roboport area coverage obtained. Now I just need to throw away my repair packs. I suppose the bots could repair this. Why do we get a spooky track playing right now? I don't like that at all. I got plenty of power lines. I literally have 6 power lines left. There's no problem whatsoever. Switch off my own Roboport. Grab these. Throw them in here. Together with the walls. And then bots in there. They'll fly out, immediately start repairing. That's fine. I don't think they get targeted really. Almost all biters that spawn will target a laser turret immediately now. So the bot waves should be fine. Please do some repairs. Now they will fly all back to me because we're gonna start walling. This is a lot of nests, dude. How many nests is this? I hope I have enough walls. I don't even know where to start. How is it going with power? Power is again perfectly fine. I guess we're not doing military science. I don't even know where to start. We're not doing military science, so that is something. Okay, let's start just top to bottom. We'll do spitter nests first. I think it's easier to keep track of which nests I did and which I didn't if I do them type by type, since everything is so dense now. Probably will still miss a bunch. I don't know, this method is surprisingly reliable, isn't it? I mean, of course we have lost some bots, but we haven't even died once. Yet. Knock on wood. Okay, we have the issue that we are only barely reaching into the center. Actually not reaching into the center, it takes a little bit of time. Yeah, these guys spawn here, and they are not targeted by any lasers. That is not great. So walls are starting to get attacked, I suppose. Okay, we're losing only walls. Walls should get automatically replaced. I didn't do the biter bases yet. What am I doing? It's so easy, right? It's so easy. It is so easy. It's so easy that everything is getting destroyed. That is how easy this is. Okay, let's first focus on getting the center. I've got my own bots still. I don't have repair packs. I do have laser turrets. Alright, this is getting out of hand real fast there. I think we just gotta override the walls and start popping down more turrets there. Let me just grab a couple from here. Mostly power lines. Where's my main connection? It's over there, alright. Alright, we need some serious power in there, so... we're losing loads of bots. Hopefully it's all uncommon ones. Ones with the repair packs. Okay, we're reaching in the middle now, but this is not great news for the assault on bigger nests, I suppose. Okay, I understand why this track started playing now. Now we'll just go in a circular way outwards. Nothing is spawning in the center anymore. Now we just gotta replace all of this here. Where am I standing? Not in a great space. Yeah, as long as the center stays solid, I think we should be okay. Let's just observe. Yeah, I agree, Obsolete. One of the guys who had a 1 million science per minute base, it was calculated that that person could launch 27 rockets on one piece of copper ore from the ground. So by the time that the entire resource patch, like this one over here, which is 9.1 million, by the time that went down from 9.1 million and 2 to 9.1 million and 1, that would be enough to launch 27 rockets. That is just obscene. Everything is a liquid and infinite these days. And I'm an old man yapping who cannot stop yapping about it. People don't like change. I like to think I'm different, but I'm not. I don't have walls myself, so we need to wait for the bots to do this. This was a large nest, man. There's still a biter spawning from somewhere. That one. I might be getting into the quality mechanics prematurely here. Just felt I could get away with it because it's 1,000 times research cost. So if I put quality modules in the miners, I have... This could actually place as well. Still something is spawning. I thought everything was gone now. I thought I could get away with it because I put quality modules in the miners and I would mine 1,000 times the resources. Just to progress anyway, so it means, even though normally it's a very bad way, I could still get away with it and get 1,000 more times quality ingredients than you would normally get in a normal run. But even at this, I'm actually not getting that many resources, I must say. I mean, I'm getting enough to make a bunch of rare quality Mark 1 productivity modules. But now I'm starting to progress towards the blue chip era. And it's really not that much. Right, we gotta put the chest back. Some bots were still doing stuff. Apparently. Let's see if we can carefully retreat. Why, bots? It was my stuff. Why are you gonna... Okay, we gotta pick up the robots first. It appears. Solution is not super simple, but the asteroid stuff, if you want to change that, it's pretty simple. All you need to do is not allow quality modules in crushers, and that's it. No more legendary asteroids for free in enormous quantities. The stuff like volcanous abuse with the liquid metals and the LDS shuffle, where you basically would use that piece of carbon from space, from a carbonic asteroid. You can still replace it by just using coal, I suppose, and trying to upcycle coal. But you would use a single legendary piece of coal to cast low density structures in a foundry. Which is okay, but then you can recycle that low density structure in a recycler, and you get back not only your legendary plastic, I suppose, which the coal was turned into, but you also get the legendary steel and copper plates from that, which... Yeah. Wait a minute, this is my power connection. Let's go the other way. That is just wrong. So the solution to that is give fluids quality as well. And you can no longer do that. That would make it easier to get holmium or like holmium plates as well. Because right now you can mine quality holmium ore. Like you could mine quality holmium ore, but the only recipe it's used in is making holmium solution, and that's a fluid, so it doesn't have quality. So even if you use quality holmium ore with quality stone, it just becomes the normal fluid. And then only then you can start using quality to make that solution into plates. So if fluids could have... I suppose it's pretty hard to do that, because fluids go in pipes. It's pretty hard to like separate those out. I suppose you can use... I don't know how you would do that really. You would have to have a separate output slot for quality fluids. Like, let's take let's take this. Say you make that holmium solution. I cannot now. Let's pretend this is holmium solution lubricant. It goes in. Sorry, no. It's lubricant. It's not. It is lubricant. It goes in. You put quality modules in. You get quality fluid. One output is regular fluid. It goes into a pipe. That's the problem. And the other output is all other fluid from other qualities. And then you have a little bit of time to like pump that out. Set the filter to the different qualities. Quality 1, quality 2, etc. And then just have that disappear from those pipes. Like such, maybe. It's doable, quality fluids, but I think they, because it's fluids and they get mixed and clogged up very easily, then I don't know what the reason is for not implementing quality fluids, but it does kind of break a whole lot of things. It would explain why stuff like the Vulcanus abuse and the LDS shuffle exists at all. If quality was originally, at the very first conception phase, was designed to incorporate everything, and only later was changed to not incorporate fluids. That is the point where stuff starts to go wrong. And then the mechanic already exists and it's just deleting a certain part, but then stuff can start to slip through the cracks more easily. So yeah, I don't know if it's intended or not, but it's definitely weird. Not expected. How many walls are around a single nest? 1.4k. This was a big nest. This might be the new biggest nest we ever did. If you want to count them, go ahead. I'm gonna say it's about 70 nests. Yeah, you can even make sushi pipes now, so you could do just one output to bunch up all the qualities and just not output that quality if just block up the chemical plant if there is still like quality 2 fluid in the quality output. Just not output the quality 3 fluid on top of that until the pipe system is clear completely from quality 2. I guess it's intended. $56, $61. Yeah, it's 70-ish. 70-ish. More like 40, 50. No way. You're gonna trick me into counting them, aren't you? Okay, we can go per chunk. Let's switch on the chunk grid so it's easier to do. Let's call it tile grid, not chunk grid. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, so it's 12. So 15. This chunk, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So we're at 37-ish. Yeah, maybe you're right. 43, 47, 52. 57. I say yeah, about 60. Let's say 60-ish. Why not enable chunk grid with F5? Because I have this and this programmed on my mouse hotkeys. So I just press one key to do this, one key to find, and then I just look up whatever I want with my left hand and click it. Instead of this is a laptop. It doesn't have the dedicated function key, so I have to press the function key plus F5 to actually do that. And there's a lot more stuff on F5. So yeah, that looked like a game crash, but it was just the debug thing. Anyway, I probably messed with some settings there at some point. I just like to switch on and off what I want to see, not just like a general subset of items. Now we just gotta pick up the power lines. I think we're gonna have a visit back to the base. That was good. Should I place? I should place like at least a solar-powered radar in the vacated area. Got a radar here. This is a solar radar. It's actually obsolete because this radar covers this one because it's a rare quality. I don't know, maybe I'll start liking the infinite productivity upgrades and whatever when I get to the mega base stage myself. Well, who knows? Where is the radar? Let me mouse over. Looks like we have to go approximately in this chunk over here. I think I'll just switch armor for the running speed. Hopefully I don't deconstruct a wall. Like this chunk. Big Brother will be watching you from this point on, but only during the day, so you can feel alright. The Big Johnnies still exist. We need another one. I don't have any wooden power lines, nor do I have any copper. You know what we just secured? We just secured copper. I've got stone. I have coal rocks. Yes. Smelting stuff in a stone furnace 240 hours into the game. So I can make two power lines, I suppose. We already are using the resources we secured. I am so efficient. Look at that. I haven't even retreated my power lines yet and we're already mining the copper. I'm at never seen before levels of productivity, man, and efficiency. Holy smokes. We don't have this area visible at all. Let's just go at the sea level here. So this chunk. Big Brother will be watching all of you as well. Don't tell me I need another piece of copper. I think we need another piece of copper. Maybe even two. Pollution. I want to put one on the southern border here as well. We haven't cleared further than this. Let's place it maybe on the water here. That's fine. There's my power line up here. It's gonna be a separate thing there. Oh, there is the other group of behemoths. Let's not get too close there. Alright, that gives me enough vision here, and I'll just place... Do I have a normal raider as well still? I should have picked up one. Yeah, it's here. Okay, one, and one more. 3 more? I have 3 power lines. Alright, that's perfect. How many millions of copper ore has that freed up? Quite a lot, actually. We've got 2 million here, 3 million there. It's 6 million basically here. And then we got like 10, 11 million here. That's 17 million copper. Which is quite a lot. We already went through this entire 13 million copper patch. This 4 million is down to 700k. So we are definitely eating away at some of the... And we will be eating away at those patches for a lot longer, especially after we leave the planet. But even before that, we have 25 hours of full speed blue science research to go before we can even get off of this planet. I think I can place it over there in this pipe chunk. I think trains got hugely buffed with elevated rails more than anything. The cargo wagons are still the same size, so that kind of sucks compared to belts now. Since belts can do basically 4 times the density, and then we've got the turbo belt, so they can probably carry about 5 times as much as they could before. These radars are placed a whole lot less scientifically accurate than the early game ones, which were adhered to a strict grid. Oh, can I carry everything now? I don't think I can. I can. We just gotta make landfill from this again. Pick it all up. Yeah, okay, that's gonna be fine. Gotta be a bit careful not to run into fighter base here. We'll place it like hidden in the forest. With a super visible big solar panel next to it, I suppose. Okay, that can be hidden as well. Perfect. That should light up everything. It is one chunk too far. Alright. So much for being hidden in the forest. Out in the open you go. Powering a radar with a radar, that's probably not how that works. Yes, now we got vision on, at least daytime vision, on the area we cleared. My fighting stamina is a whole lot lower than it was in the early game. When we basically did that for... well, the second batch, well, the YouTube series. Let's not, yeah, let's not. But there have definitely been some longer stretches of repetitiveness been going on in this series than what I'm complaining about now. Hey Zollerboy, how's it going on the server? Did you make it to Aquilo yet? Right, so still have most of my turrets. Did I lose 10 power lines or did I just leave them up somewhere? We can see that. I lost only 1, so I must have 9 power lines still standing around somewhere. Like right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 apparently, why not? 7, 8, and then we're missing 1. Alright, let's not care about that. Thanks, a brick. I'll pick up some in honor of you. Thanks for the Prime subscription. Thanks as well, Krolmerk. I don't have any Krols laying around, so cannot do the same. Yeah, let's just stash the combat stuff away for now. Thanks, Vita, as well for the bits. I did spend more than half of my repair packs. I made 1,000 of those. And we've got the power lines in here then. Alright, so we can return to the base. Stream latency 60 seconds, holy moly. Let's check how the iron extraction is going. It was 77 to 78k. Are we taking it out faster now that all the belts are moving? And how the heck am I going to keep it up once I start researching railway? Then these belts will stop. It is now at 59k. Alright, so it is falling. So if we are using this belt at full speed, again we got the weird gap stuff coming up. Thanks, Vita, thanks. Somebody really likes the alert sound. Yeah, we get some weird gaps in here, which then compress again. The gaps are forming like mid-belt. Some weird behavior. But they are literally, they are not here, but they just form mid-belt for some reason. Right, let's not get sidetracked into that again. We've got something important to do. It's not much on this trip, but we can add one more fish to the lake. Plop. There we go. Hydrate and stretch, please. Yes. Yes. You can stand on the specially installed underground belts for a bit. My poor man's belt immunity equipment. Underground belts. Thanks for the bits, Vita. Thanks for the bits, and for the bits, and for the bits, and for the bits. Yeah, I could, maybe I should look into that. Redesigning the iron to steel. Especially since we are planning to do both elevated railways and beacons now, so we might want to repurpose iron platform to be a steel platform instead. Or, you know, just launch up a third one, perhaps. That will cost me another 150,000 steel, though. So, we have that. But gotta go take some water. I'll be back in a minute. Come on, Vita. Thanks a bunch, but be sure to know when to stop as well. You don't have those in unlimited supply. But yeah, thanks a bunch. Love Mike's content, especially the runs with narration of a story. I try to make most of my runs like that. I did try to go a bit easier on the Warptorio run, but that eventually transformed into fully narrated as well instead of stream kind of summaries. Alright, space science is slowly but surely stacking up slightly higher. Maybe, maybe not. We are only producing 5 science packs a minute extra, so it's probably not really changing, even over the course of hours, with the deliveries of like 2k at a time. Right. Garbage, more garbage. I can do the sorting maybe after the stream. Let me grab back my inventory at least. That is something. I should have stashed the bots perhaps as well. The bots, the roboports. I have those on me actually. In case I need to build something which I cannot do from the armor. Some repair packs here. I have enough and I watch Mike videos. Okay, thanks then. Thank you a lot. What did you miss in the last 6 hours? We built another platform. Similar to the first one, but without space science. And then we did a bunch of combat for the rest of the stream. So not like necessary progress, but not the most high variation stuff. Odium, thanks a bunch as well. Holy moly. Missed the train, starting a new one. I gotta have some of those on me for security, I forgot about that. I have needed them on more than one occasion, so I definitely want to stash some of these in my trash slots as well. For as long as I don't have logistics bots, I can get away with that. Some raiders, power lines, and solar panels go here as well. That was probably about all I keep in there. Maybe like some stacks of walls as well. Forgot what I kept in there. Ah, these 2 legs, I think. Alright, this goes away, this goes away, this. And I have a somewhat normal looking inventory again. Alright, then what is the plan then for how to proceed? I have no idea. I have no idea. Suppose we prepare for purple science. We gotta figure out exactly how many science packs we need to research beacons and or elevated railway. And then we gotta figure out how many red chips and steel we need to make all this. And I suppose we also gotta gather the like electronic circuits to make the productivity modules. It's gonna be a lot. It's 1000 times after all. I'm not gonna set up a full purple science setup which can research text automatically, because... Or should I do that? Should I just set up something small? I could get like automation 3 over time, which would be a huge boost to... Man, there's so many options. It would be a huge boost to quality gambling and stuff to have 4 module slots instead of 2 in the assemblers. I just want to say I really appreciate the series, playing on 1000 times reinvigorated my love of the game. Even if I'm less brave and chose Real World. Real World is definitely the correct preset to play this challenge on if you're not trying to prove something on YouTube. If you're just doing it for yourself, please play at least with Biter expansion of Real World is a valid template, an official template which has Biter expansion of, so if you want to go for a default template and not tamper with settings, Real World is the way to do it, definitely. Yeah. Nothing against that. I gotta have a think, man, about the plans. We can try to recalculate how much steel we need for beacons and elevated railways, and also put a red chip figure to that before we sign off beacons. Right, we don't know how much beacons is. It's 3/4 of this. It was 3/4 of that. So 498k according to the old calculation. But chat has actually been useful today. And we've got productivity modules Mark II now. I'm not gonna change the labs, that is just too much. The labs are basically how we are doing 1k SPM. I'm not gonna change this either. This runs fine on the rare quality at 6%. There's no way I can get enough uncommon quality productivity modules at any point soon, because we just don't have the stashes of these. Yeah, well, we have a couple of these, but the real ones which we're after, those are, no surprise, still quite rare. Oh, this is actually gonna block up at some point. How is petroleum gas doing? 2.4k still. Less than 1 million now. Alright, so we'll calculate elevated railway because that's our 100k technology, which should make it easy. Yeah. So we need 100,000 science packs. But the lab has got like 10-ish% productivity bonus. I think we have 10% productivity bonus on the labs now everywhere. We got rid of the couple of rare quality models which we used previously to get 1k SPM. And we just upgraded to like one uncommon quality green assembler with a rare quality lab and one of the 63 stacks to get 1k SPM now. Don't question it, just roll with it. But the point is, we've got 10% productivity in the labs, so we need only we should not multiply by 0.9, we should divide by 1.1. Because if we get 10% productivity on this amount of science, get back to 100k, obviously. So we need only this amount of science packs. We are planning to get 18% productivity bonus on the purple science assemblers. That is the dream, at least, with this productivity module 2 tech. So we divide it again by 1.18 this time. The actual amount of science pack ingredients we need is this, 77k. But we get 3 science packs per electric furnace and per productivity module. 1 productivity module and 1 electric furnace gives you 3 science packs. So we divide this again by 3, which means we need 25,680.5 electric furnace. That is like this playthrough, man. That is like, this is not possible. That's like literal 10 chests full of electric furnaces just to get like a 75 science technology, which would cost 75 in a default settings run. Beacons, the cheapest of all purple science technologies, if I'm not mistaken. No, that's not true, there's nuclear fuel reprocessing, I suppose, but you know, the cheapest useful technology. 75 science. It's 10 chests full of electric furnaces and another 10 chests full of productivity modules, man. Just to get these easiest tech at the highest productivity we can unlock, basically. That is insane. Okay, we're gonna just write down 26k. That's a good number to shoot for them. That is for elevated railways. I'm exaggerating. It's only 7.5 chests of furnaces. What am I talking about? That's nothing. Alright, we need 26k furnaces for that one. What if we multiply this by 75% for elevated railway, for beacons? 20k. So 26k and 20k. 26k fern. We can also add symbols for that, I suppose. 26k furnaces and productivity modules. And that means $260k rails as well. Oh god, this is getting real expensive real quick. And all of these things do not take productivity modules, so we actually gotta produce those. Ooh, that is a lot. How much steel is that? 26k furnaces. Those require 10 steel each, if I'm not mistaken, so that's 260k, that's easy enough. And then rails, I believe rails takes half a steel per 2, so that's another 130k steel. Are we then down to 490k steel? Well, that's actually pretty good. Something is off. That's 130k steel. No, wait, yeah, something is off. You know what is off? No, this is correct. This is per science pack. I don't need 30 rails, just one. No, it's not correct. I need 3 times the rails, right? I need 3 times the rails. So it's plus 390k. Is it even less than I calculated before? 650k. Did I already incorporate rare quality productivity in my original calculation? It kinda looks like it. Yeah, this is, I definitely need 3 times the rails to match with the furnaces and electric things. So that's 780k rails. Where am I gonna store 780,000 rails? Yeah, that's 390k. So that's 650k. Now, looks like I already went for Mark II productivity. Am I wrong, chat? I get 2 rails for 1 craft. But I still need 780k rails, right? Let's calculate it the other way around then. 780k rails divided by 30 makes 26,000 science packs. Yeah, okay, no, we're there. Sorry, it makes 26,000 times 3 science packs. Then we get productivity bonus from the rare quality Pro 2s on the science assemblers. And then we get 10% productivity bonus in the labs, and we're at 100k. Looks correct. I don't know, it's... Ooh, that's a lot of steel. I thought, I was hoping I calculated this with less productivity. Maybe the difference is just not that big. I rounded up a little bit as well. So maybe that's why the difference is not as big. So if this was, let's do this again. If it was only 12% productivity from yeah, we would need 27k. Probably counted 27.1k furnaces instead of 26k. So I suppose, yeah, it's like an additional 5% discount in total. It's not that massive actually. But we are gonna unlock them, so we might as well use them. Approximately. Then we're right back there. Alright. That means this one, I guess we'll calculate that as well, just to see. We need 20k of those. It's 600k rails. Ooh. That's 200k steel. This is 300k steel. That's 500k steel. Alright, that also means automation is out of reach for this method at least. Automation would require over 3 million steel. No. That requires an actual setup. We'll get that maybe on other planets, I don't know. How many red chips is this? Am I dreaming? Am I doing wishful thinking? 5 chips per furnace and 5 chips per productivity module basically means 260k red chips. Yeah, 260k red chips. Red chips is actually quite obtainable. And here we are then at 200k. Red chips is a lot more obtainable. We simply research red and green technologies. Maybe it's not too bad. Maybe it's doable. I mean, we collected like 900,000 steel or 800,000 steel in here before making the space platforms, and we're already catching up a bit now. I am producing the extra engines. I have no idea why anymore, actually. Maybe for more electrics. Holy moly, this music is... Alright, if we make another platform, right? If we make another platform in space, it's gonna cost me 150k steel. We are producing... I think we should have a good overview now. Let's say 25 and a half 100 iron a minute from this platform. 2550 a minute. If we smelt it into steel, we divide it by 5, but we put productivity in there as well. Nothing crazy over the top, just regular uncommon ones, so 10%. We can get 560 steel a minute out of there. 560 steel a minute. How many minutes to get beacons? 500k. 1,000 minutes. 1,000 minutes. Almost. And like 1,200 minutes. That's like the amount of time it took me to research rocket silo is 17 hours and 20 hours. That is a lot of time still, but we have a lot of time still. I mean, We still have 25 hours of research to go to research thrusters and the planet. So it's not unsinkable. Not an unsinkable amount of time. We could build another 2 platforms and just send steel down from there. But how do I get the required amount of red chips then though? I mean, this setup will stop working at some point. After this fills up completely. But this is a tiny setup, man. That is not gonna provide anything. We need like setups like this to produce quantities. Okay, this basically means I have a legitimate reason to research things like tool belt, the car, circuit network, you know, all the good stuff. Automated transportation. I need to collect red chips, and if I'm not researching blue technologies, I am collecting red chips and I am collecting steel. So yeah, I have a legitimate reason to research all of the stuff I've been keeping myself from all this time. I even might want to research shooting speed 1 and 2, maybe even damage 3 for the spaceship, because of the equation between asteroid destruction and the amount of iron you get in return from it to make bullets to destroy those asteroids. Because damage upgrade 2 and no shooting speed is kinda iffy for flying in space. Yeah, we're also collecting the steel. We are collecting steel at 900 a minute, which is more than we get from another platform. And red chips, I suppose we can kinda calculate that by... We're kinda underproducing. I cannot just look at the stats because this is included. Guess I could keep that going as well, so why not include them? 1.3k a minute, about. Without the quality ones. Alright. Let's end the stream with something fun. Now we've got... we're gonna do an experiment. Now we've got no shooting speed upgrade and we've got 2 damage upgrades. I didn't even see it. Yeah, 2 damage upgrades. Just the red and green one. Is that enough to survive in space on a spaceship? Let's test it out. We're gonna save this here. Space. We're gonna go. I'll call this the end of stream save. I'm gonna be running around off cam a bit to organize my inventory and collect all the quality goodies. Maybe just make a bigger chest area for that here. Because it's getting out of hand a bit and I'm not really taking the time to do that. We gotta do it before everything clogs up again. But then we'll make a separate save. The editor mode. Spaceship test. So I made a spaceship. It did work with higher upgrades. But will it work with the amount of upgrades we have now? Let's go in editor mode then. We will add a spaceship test platform and we'll just make that. I got a blueprint here. That is my spaceship. Looks like we gotta force research thrusters. Let's just stop this altogether. Or if I don't research thrusters, I obviously don't know how I need to melt ice into water. That's such an advanced technology. We definitely need to research thruster to figure out how to melt ice into water. Even a more scammy AI integration than furnaces not knowing how to smelt steel until you suddenly research the technology. Okay, so now we force research this. Now we do know how to melt ice cubes, so that's amazing. Let's also research a planet, so we can actually fly somewhere. And we'll playtime. Alright, so we are above Northeast in the map editor. I made this spaceship to design specification of the stuff I have. So I do have like rare solar panels. I can make rare asteroid collectors here. It's okay. It's trivial to do that really. Let's go to the next track. This one's very loud. The main flaw of this spaceship is we've only got one set of furnaces to smelt iron, which is not great, so I made it big quality with big speed upgrade modules inside. It is very tiny. I tried to keep it so that we can use this as a hub for most of the stuff, like iron crushing goes in here, the iron plates go in here, the ammo goes in here and is distributed from here. So you don't have any belts bringing ammo around the ship. Ammo just goes up here to the front. And one turret in the back to protect the back of the spaceship. Basically what I did is I started with a thruster and then this setup over here. Just to trying to make the most compact thruster fuel setup I could come up with. Melt ice. Originally this was a water reservoir, but I exchanged it for a solar panel since it's not really needed. Then the necessary crushers to make the fuel. This makes the carbon, this makes the ice, and this makes the metal, the ore. We actually need the ore for the thruster oxidizer. So these two grabbers just grab that and throw it onto this belt. And after that we made the smelting up here with ammo production up here. Trying to reach everything into the hub. This exactly can reach out through this weird little narrow gap, as you can see. This grabs all the asteroids. If we got more than 40 metallics in here, we throw that overboard. The metallics get crushed into this crusher for ammo. The carbonic and oxides go down here, since those are rare. And those go on to... through this inserter, go onto this belt over here. So we can make fuel quicker. And then we just throw those overboard if we have more than a certain amount. That is the entirety of it. The one thing we don't do, which could have come in handy, I've got an accumulator here instead, but we could have put extra iron ore back into the hub from this asteroid collector. Because now the metal asteroids that these guys collect is not getting put into here. But then again, these furnaces are way slower than that this asteroid collector usually grabs asteroids anyway. So yeah, that's basically the spaceship. We're gonna test if it survives a flight. It has a lot of time to load up. I'm gonna just put 3k ammo inside. Of regular quality. That is the ammo we make in space. If this is not viable, I either need to send up red ammo or I need to make some damage upgrades. Okay, I will let the turrets fill up. I got the quality inserters. Basically, it matters how fast we insert ammo in these turrets. We gotta insert faster than they can shoot, which is 1 magazine per second. And we are chaining these, so we gotta insert like 2 magazines per second into the bottom ones to be able to keep all magazines fed. Alright, so one more stack, and that should idle up these guys. They no longer output ammo in here. Normally I would have some asteroids in there, but yeah, we'll see. Let's stop tracking this. I'll go out of editor mode. The only way you can still walk around on the platform is going in editor mode, unfortunately. Let's get inside. I've set the fuel to go only in when we're going less than 20 kilometers a second. Let's try starting to go conservative. We'll go into editor mode here. This is the spaceship test. So let's try to fly to Fulgora. We will speed off quite fast, I think. Yeah, because this thing is full, but pretty soon it should get less full. Right, anytime now. There comes the first asteroids already. The asteroid density is the highest when we almost arrive at Fulgora though, so... Okay, speed is going down. Let's check how fast the asteroids get destroyed with only 2 damage upgrades and yellow ammo. Oh, it takes quite a bit of firepower. A ton of chunks are flying in, man. Maybe I should look into a moving iron platform. Because that's a lot more stuff flying around compared to the stationary platforms. Alright, so we're basically going very slow. It looks like we can maybe go a bit faster. I want to do it both simultaneously though, so let's copy that. Alright, we cannot do that. Never mind. Let's go 50. Okay, there's more asteroids now. We are going definitely faster than 50. Oh, 50 might be too fast. We had the luck that most of those were not on a direct course with us. I went for the rear gun turrets instead of the normal ones. Mostly so they have more range to the front, so they can start shooting the asteroids earlier. I know they also shoot a bit more to the side, especially these ones. But if I don't use like quality ones, then they start shoot only when the asteroid is almost hitting. As you can see, it takes quite a while to fly. How is the ammo situation? 0.7k. Okay, this is a lot of asteroids. We're halfway. I think the density is still gonna go up a bit. So far it's looking okay. Maiden voyage. Even with all the limitations, I seem to be doing better. I think we're getting some damage. Yeah, we're getting some damage now. That's because I'm still in the terrain I'm familiar with. We're getting out of that terrain now, though. Okay, we don't have the firepower to... Looks like we need to go slower. The thing is, you can always go slower. Not always, but you can... I could go like half the speed and have double the time to shoot. What I'm really interested in is not if I can survive the flight, but how much metal do I get from destroying all these asteroids? I have to shoot the big ones here as well. I have to defend myself against that. I suppose I could use the ablative wall technique and only shoot the metallic ones to get more resources. My mouse is out of power. Looks like we made it to Fulgora at least. How is power? Power is actually falling. Is that because we were flying, or is that a general thing? No, power is falling. So we don't have the power we need. We are we almost have the power we need. 1.1 megawatts only around Fulgora from 9 panels. It was 2.6 megawatts on Norvis. And we're using like a little bit of power from here, I suppose. That might lead to trouble once that depletes. We used most of the fuel reserves actually, despite not flying at a crazy speed. Now this gets to fire up again as well. All the chunks are on the belt. What I'm now mostly interested in, yeah, so we have to defend ourselves against all these asteroids. Is my ammo gonna go up or down? That is the main question now. These things are full of rocks. So it might take too long to test that right now. I suppose we can loop magazine. Production is limited to 50 a minute. Is that gonna be the problem? I think I ordered repair packs at least to be on board. And I got the uncommon quality walls. Alright, so what I want to know, this is all from the flight. Let's just take that out. I cannot, because limitations. Alright, so now if I speed up, can I still speed up? What is my ammo situation gonna do? I'm gonna go 2k ammo. 2k ammo. Let's see if it goes up or down over time. So eventually the furnaces will not be working all the time anymore. That was the point. I also am destroying the oxide asteroids and the carbonic ones. Okay, looks like we're about stable for now. These are working all the time. Keep doing 50 magazines a minute. Actually, we are shooting more. How about... We gotta get a 10-minute view in there. Then we will know more. This was the flight. And the other question is, does this gun turret shoot asteroids which come from an unfavorable angle fast enough? Yeah, I don't really want to let those asteroids crash into my ship really, especially not if they're gonna hit on a trajectory with the asteroid collector. I don't know, it looks like ammo is going down. That's gonna be a waste. I know we're grabbing it. Maybe I should actually... Am I throwing these overboard? So I am throwing these overboard right now. You could call it a design flaw if I'm throwing overboard metallic asteroids while I'm short on iron to smelt ammo. That does not sound like the best idea. How is the power? Power actually goes back up. That is not bad. Accumulator charge. Okay, the furnaces have run out of power. No, the furnaces have run out of iron. That is what I wanted to achieve, really. That means this is no longer a bottleneck. Now the bottleneck is the amount of asteroids that are coming in. We are losing ammo, that is for sure. More furnace. The thing is, then I need a much bigger ship. This was just a personal transporter, really. I don't even have a cargo bay, just to fly around myself. I just wanted to make a cheap, compact ship that could fly me around, but maybe I will have to go bigger with an actual ammo belt around the outside and some cargo bay so I can take some stuff as well. Yes, we need to monitor this over a longer period of time. Since the asteroid spawns are quite random. Okay, we've got a lot of metallic chunks again. And power is dropping again. The question is, I could make it easier on myself. Okay, no, now the furnaces are the bottleneck again, so even if I ferry this iron into here, the furnaces are not smelting more than they are doing anyway. So I would need more furnaces. Don't really have space to implement that unless I shoot out these more to the outside, which is a possibility, I suppose. And I need to move the solar panels then, I cannot miss them. Not if we go to Vulcanus, I don't need them. But looks like this is already less than the minimum amount of panels I need. I would be better off with one more still. But yeah, if I go bigger, I need to protect a bigger area with gun turrets. That means a completely different ship. No longer just feeding it from here. Have another gun turret in here. Chain that from that one and just move this out further to the back. Spaceship design. We do seem to be... we have like 490 production a minute per 10 minutes. Consumption is very wavy, but does seem to be higher than that on average. That means we can actually stay for like quite a bit, but not indefinitely, unless we shoot up some magazines. But we can always just drop to a planet and send the ship back to Northeast, instead of keeping it in orbit around us. Because in Northeast it can replenish its magazines to absolutely full from the chunks. We don't need to shoot anything, we just take iron without spending it, but here we need to spend iron to make iron. Let's just check what is the impact if I research like a damage upgrade level. How much damage am I doing now? 7.2. 7.2. Magazine. This one. It's researched. Now we can have 9.8. Like 30% more damage or something. 36% more damage. So we need there's a 25, we need 25% less. Did I do it right? No. 9.8. 26% less iron, apparently. Then this should be going up again. Because also each asteroid now takes less to destroy. Medium asteroids, 400 hit points. Physical resistance 10%, but no flat resistance. So that means we always do the same percentage of your damage. You basically get a 10% penalty, but there is no flat resistance like the biter armor, for instance, where one damage upgrade can pretty much double your damage. That's not going on here. There's no flat resistance. Or is there? This is the next one up. No, there is no flat resistance. It's indeed going up now. I hope it's not variance, but it looks like it's going up now. So one level of damage upgrade appears to enable us to stay into orbit forever with this crappy design. It's either that, or I will have to redesign my ship to be an actual ship, and not just like a tiny piece of toast. Here comes this asteroid. It's only discounted here. So far it does seem to be pretty okay. There is no damage in the back of the ship at all. Just the damage from flying too fast in the front. But we are prioritizing all the big ones. The tiny ones, they do tiny bits of damage. I think the big ones can take out like a chunk of the ship all at once. We kinda protected our asteroid collectors a bit. This wall is damaged though. So it is kinda hard for asteroids to zip through this tiny opening here. Hey Galdoc, thanks for the raid. I'm about to end myself as well though. I've just sent my crappy ship over to Fulgora in an editor test. It's 1000 times science cost, so I had only 2 damage upgrades and no shooting speed. And yellow ammo, which is produced in space, which is quite rough. I've now given myself the third damage upgrade, and that does seem to make the difference. I was running a net deficit on ammo, but now we're at a net positive. Can I see something like that? It does seem to be a bit lower. It's hard to say of such short time frame. Looks like we could theoretically roll with this. Depends how much stuff I want to take to a new planet. Maybe we'll design a new ship which can carry something. I'm kind of thinking though about just starting again with nothing on each planet, just for the fun of it, and just getting myself off of the planet. That was the kind of the idea behind making just a tiny ship to transport myself. We'll see. So for Galdoc's viewers, what are we actually playing? Yeah, I think we're just gonna load back into here. Test flight at least survived with the spaceship. So this is 1k, 1000 times science cost, and I've got a 1000 science per minute base going to the dot. So basically this is our 1 science per minute base in a normal playthrough. We have gotten a rocket silo already. It only took us 240 hours. And we are making the stuff to shoot up the rockets. That's about where we are at the moment. we've done a ton of map management and biter management. Basically, we're also going for the keeping your hands clean achievement, which means we are not destroying a single biter base the entire run. It is default settings though, including biter expansion, so there was a lot of shenanigans going on to make sure they don't expand into the base. We're not going to go into all of that again, but it's a huge amount of work really. If you want to play 1000 times science cost, please play on Rail World or switch off biter expansion. That will save you a bunch of headache and make the experience actually fun instead of painful. Yeah, not much more to add. The latest thing we did was add 2 platforms. We have the science platform, which makes space science and produces like 2200 iron a minute on top of that. And then we've got the same platform without space science, which does 2500 iron or so. So we are finally starting to be in a situation where we also are relying, we are gathering a large amount of resources from space, which kinda is important because we have a lot of locations like these already. Let me find one. Right, here's my green science iron mine. Oh, no, it's gone. That used to be 7 million, but fortunately we still got this 8 million patch over here. It's also gone. Right, then we got this backup mine here. That is a couple million. Hey, there is still some left. That is good. So yeah, most patches start to look like that right now. So having iron from space is a huge change. Especially in the early game where most of the science packs are still iron. Even blue science is like 60% iron or something. Maybe even more, 65. It only starts to be like yellow science, where it starts to be more copper heavy. So yeah, we're kind of at the point where we don't know which planet we're going to go to. What else is new? I'm not going to think about it anymore at the moment. I think we're gonna end it right here because my brains have turned into mashed potatoes already. And not a sensible word is coming out of my mind, out of my mouth anymore. That is obvious. Alright, so we can kind of play with the stash of iron a little bit by either prioritizing red signs from Norvise or red signs from space. Just a tiny switch, like half a yellow belt of production or not, and that changes if we are gathering iron or spending iron. I might shoot another platform up there just for the steel. But if I cannot match it with red chips, what good does it really have? Not much really. So how long does it take for one of these platforms to pay back for itself? If I look at this guy over here, 6.2k platforms and a bunch of stuff on top. Let's round that cost to 6.5k platforms including everything. Times 20 steel per platform, that's 130,000 steel. Which is 650k iron. This thing does 2,500 iron a minute. That's actually not bad. 4 hours and a bit. Okay, maybe we can set up a steel platform then. 4 hours. We get an extra productivity on the steel, so 4 hours return on investment is not bad. We do need a lot more steel than we do need red chips. That might be a good idea. For every red chip we need like 2.5 steel to match each red chip to make purple signs. So maybe it's an idea, send up a third platform for steel Then research a bunch of red and green technologies. Have steel from space, 900 steel per minute from Norvis, stashing that up for purple signs, and 1300 red chips we can stash up as well. I think that's the way we gotta get our early purple technologies. Then we can do the quality gamble cycle on Fulgora, unlock the buildings, don't do science, unlock Vulcanus, take the EM plants and the beacons to Vulcanus, and then we can do a bunch of Vulcanus stuff first and unlock the good stuff. Something like that, I don't know. My plan's probably gonna change 6 more times, and then we end up doing the thing we planned out first anyway. So that is, yeah, that is how it is. Anyway, I'm gonna thank everybody for watching. I hope you had a good time tonight, and hopefully I'll see you all this Sunday when we are continuing this journey towards not knowing what we really want. Let me re-chat a little bit in case I missed something in the end. Fulgora has the lowest yield on solar, yeah. When I'm going with nothing, I will take my armor. I will take my armor and my bots because I'm not gonna hand chop everything. So we're gonna take the bots, we're gonna take both of the armors and the extra solar panels. We're just not gonna take any supplies with us. So no machinery, no inserters, no modules. Maybe I should take logistics bots too. Maybe I should take like roboports and logistics bots. Just a handful to Fulgora if we want to do quality. If we want to do quality scrap mining, that's going to be 36 different products. That's going to be hell on earth to manually sort out or with bells. So maybe it's just a tiny cheaty bot network with some logistics bots, just to show I can do it. Because I'm definitely not setting up a logistics network on Norvis, it seems. So yeah, at least we'll have a logistics network on Fulgora, where we can easily make the quality stuff. I don't know. Right. I'm not considering rocket costs. That is true, 1 LDS per tile. That's 2 steel though. I'm not really counting that as coming from a separate production line which is dedicated towards producing rocket parts. So maybe I should count it towards that, but this just idles. When the buffer chests are full, this will just idle. Yeah, I'll have to experiment with it a little bit. We could do that on cam. I don't know if that's fun to just fiddle around in editor mode with some planetary designs ahead of time. On the other hand, this playthrough is taking long enough as it is, so perhaps I should not be fiddling around in editor mode too much. Thing is, it's way easier to test things out in editor mode before you commit to a method. Then build everything legitimately over the course of like hours and hours, and then find out it doesn't really work and you would have been better off doing something else. That is kinda meh as well. Rocket silo storage. It's not really the time for that just yet. That works well for mega bases, I understand. Since they have it's basically a big cargo wagon, but it's used for now with the rocket inventory. but it's not really something we need at the moment. How many more streams could be left? I don't want to think about that. All right, I'm gonna go to bed. Thanks everybody for watching, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.